does that look? Looks pretty good. Can you hear me? Looks like I'm not muted. So,
Incoming transmission.
perfect. Okay. So, hello YouTube and Twitch. I'm streaming to both right now. And this is my quarantine cube. It is the first full cube I ever designed from scratch by myself. And it's going to have a full video on it on YouTube at some point this week. But today, I kind of want to break it down and go over every single card. Kind of talk about what they are to me, what kind of archetypes they might go into, and mostly also to gather feedback from you. So, if you're in chat, either on YouTube or Twitch right now, I can see you. So, hello. And yeah, let's just get into it. Let me just do one more thing that I wasn't quite ready for. Let me pull this over here. Perfect. There's the YouTube chat. And there's the Twitch chat. So I should have a bit of an easier time to see it. It's still going to be on a screen, which is over there. You can see my little janky light setup right here, but it should keep the table looking pretty good. I'm going to keep an eye on it just to make sure that the cards aren't getting washed out. Anyway, let's get into it, and we're going to start with the white cards. First, I want to show you guys the inside. We've got the 5 colors right, completely sorted right now, because I don't play with this as often as I'd like to. So you get the 5 colors of magic: white, blue, black, red, green. This is the artifact and lay-in section. This is multicolor. These are the basics. Again, white, blue, black, red, green. This is my sideboard. It's important for the exact card booster tutor, but also just to have a place where cards, when they first come out of the cube, or when I'm thinking about putting them into the cube, they just need a place to live. That way, if I have to revert or change, it's right here. Here is a box that is full of the tokens of the cube to make sure everybody can get the things that they need to play with. There are a few that I'm missing, but for the most part, they're full. And then these 2 little tournament packs from Shards of Alara and Onslaught are my dice holders. If you open them up, you see this one has D20s in it for life. There's 8 of them because this is a 360. So it's made for up to 8 players. And then this box typically would have D6s in it, but I've been using them for other things, so right now it is empty. Okay. Without further ado, we're going to get into the white section and talk about the cards and why I chose them. Let me bring this down here. So let me find a good place to put this. I think if I put it with the bottom on the skeleton's head, this should be good. Okay, so it's not as good as I thought it would be. So, people who are live, excuse me. This will be getting cut from a recording. So, it is what it is. I apologize. So I'm going to pull this way, way down. So there. Now can we tell what this card is? I think this should be way better. Yeah. Okay. So, this first card is Elite Spellbinder. It's competing for a very strong spot in the cube. Paolo is a very good card. I do obviously like it, being able to get hand information. I actually have 2 cards in this cube that strip cards from your hand in white. Even though it's my least favorite mechanic possible, there are some people that really love it. So, this is what we're going to go with. Temporary Lockdown. Right now I'm on temporary lockdown, but I have been thinking about trying out Split the Party, the one from Duskborn in its place. It's just good to have a 3-mana board wipe in a highly aggressive cube such as this. You'll see in white there's a lot of aggressive creatures. Same thing with black and same thing with red. Speaking of, here's Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. She is a monster in those white kind of aggro decks. They need to have creature density because they don't have the same kind of reach that red does. So, this is a 2/1 first strike by itself, and it puts your opponents off of tempo. Great card. Stoneforge Mystic. This art might not be classic, but this card is a classic. In this cube, it can get a couple of big hits. Batterskull, Kaldra Complete, the swords of Fire and Ice, and I think Feast and Famine. But even if it gets like Umezawa's Jit, it's a fine card to play. Minas Tirith. This is a card that's in right now that in the not too distant future, I see being pulled out. Hold on just 1 second, live people. So, Minas Tirith, like I was saying, is a card that I totally expect will be gone. It's a good white card advantage card, but I really think I either want to do to either have nothing in this spot, or possibly try out the station, the white station. They're kind of a big ask in a cube environment because you're tapping a lot of creatures while not attacking with them. But being able to copy things like enchantments and make legendary I mean, it's just a pretty cool spell. This is one of the cards that I also wish wasn't Avatar coded. Is Avatar: The Last Airbender had this card. If I edit this, put it up here now, editor. Which is a land that would be perfect in this slot. It puts 1/1 counters on dudes. What more can you ask for? But unfortunately, we don't run Universes Beyond here. So there that goes. The Wandering Emperor. She is a staple in my Drago white, blue, black pile. I love the kind of dichotomy you can have between holding up a draw spell, holding up Wandering Emperor, and holding up, say, like a board wipe, which we'll come to in a bit. So, one of my favorite Planeswalkers of all time. Played a ton of it in Pioneer, and I'm happy to see it here too. Here we have one of the first Modern Horizons design mistakes. Ajani, Mikado Pariah. If it was a 1-mana 1/2 Cat Warrior that made a 2/1 Cat Warrior and stopped there, this card would still be in the queue. Because it is very, very good. But the fact it can flip into a Planeswalker that can then deal damage or buff cats or what have you is excellent. I am not running all of the Modern Horizons design mistakes. Notably, the 1-mana cat is not in here. It's not about price, it's about power. I don't think 1-mana Army in a Can should be in an environment. Skyclave Apparition. This is a card that's been in this cube for a long, long, long time. It started off as, the best Fiend Hunter in a Flicker ability, and it's still the best Fiend Hunter, because you just sometimes need to remove things. This hits non-lands, non-tokens, and they don't ever get it back. They get back a dinky creature. Ephemerate, another throwback to the very beginning of this cube. Another throwback to the very beginning of this cube. I used to have a blue-white blink archetype, and there's a couple of cards in here that are still left from that. But even if you just use this to rebuy one strong ETB or to avoid one wrath spell. That's all you can ask for 1 mana in white. Kythian, Hero of Akros. This is your quintessential white Savannah Lions. This is a 1 mana 2/1. It's got a single relevant creature type, and then it has more. It can become indestructible by itself, and if it attacks with its crew, you could say his irregulars, then he turns into a Planeswalker. Very cool. Skrelv, Defectormite. This slot used to be occupied by Sis, Sister of Runes, or whatever her name is. But there is a legendary subtype in this cube. So there is an the fact that this is legendary matters. The fact that this is an artifact matters. I don't love the toxic, but it also kind of doesn't matter. So toxic / poison isn't a thing in this environment. However, it does exist. Mostly, it's here because it's a 1 mana, 1/1 that protects something and is an artifact creature. That's also legendary. Descendant of Storms, one of the newer additions. I only added a few cards from last year, and this is one of them. Just another Savannah Lions with upside. I think I pulled out the one that makes a token for this guy. The one from Kaldheim. I think I pulled that one out for the Descendant of Storms. So it hasn't performed yet. I haven't played this since updating it all of last year. I kind of get into that in the video, but right now I don't have a play group that's consistent. So the only cubes I play are the ones I bring to the game store. And as you'll see on the Cube cover page, this is just not something I'm comfortable bringing into that environment without knowing who is in my crew. Three-Bit Inspector. Classic. 1 mana, 1/2. It's a human. It makes a clue. Artifacts are a relevant subtype in here as well. So, helps with that. 2 game pieces, 1 mana. Couldn't be better. Wrath of God. The classic and the only. Well, not the only, but it's the classic. It's Wrath of God. It's what all Wraths are named after. Had to have included it. And then in Dominaria Remastered, they came out with this art that I think is phenomenal. Part of this cube's aesthetic for me is full art. So whenever I can get something that is full art, I'm going to. If I can get something that is not quite full art, but has an updated frame, I'll use that as well. I want the fancy of the fancy. Not necessarily foil, because there were a few years in between that the foils were terrible. Like, they've gotten better. As bad as they are now, they used to be worse. So, I would like to get this in foil, but I'm pretty happy with the full art for now. Monastery Mentor, another cube staple. I ended up getting one in March of Machine. I would like the classic art, or if it has a full art available, I'd like to look for that too. But mechanics beat it when I'm putting this cube together. The mechanical card beats aesthetics. But if I don't have the card yet, the aesthetic matters most. So if there's a card that I'm thinking about getting, and we'll come up to this way later, so I'll talk about it a little bit now. I put in the Ugin from Dragonstorm. I wanted to test it out. So I bought it, but I didn't buy the basic version. I bought the fancy version, because if I'm going to buy it anyway, I may as well buy the fancy version. If I don't like it, I can sell it right back, get most of the money. But if I do like it, I've got the fancy version already in the cube. So mechanically, I only have one Monastery Mentor. Well, I have 2, but the other one is the same frame. So mechanically, I only have 1. So this is what we're going to go with. Prismatic Ending. Old frame. I think it's very pretty. I am working. One of the projects of mine that's on a back burner is the old frame cube, which is going to include cards like Prismatic Ending, which feel like old school Magic cards in the old frame. All of the cards are going to be old frame, but they're not all necessarily going to be cards that were made as an old frame card, if you get what I'm saying. Anyway, Prismatic Ending, very excellent removal, especially in an environment like this where I expect you to be a 3-color deck. I expect you to be a 3-color deck. Pure Steel Paladin. This is probably my worst, the worst of my 2-mana creatures in white, but it's full art. It helps support the equipment archetype, which I do care about, and this is a Richard Kane Ferguson. If I could have an entire cube that was customized by Richard Kane Ferguson, I would. There are a few artists I feel that way about. He's one of them. This art is phenomenal. I love it. Muriel, Shield of Argive. This is kind of the opposite. This card is kind of unassuming to look at at first. It just makes some dudes and shuts down your opponent. It's very good. It's so good. It's so very good for a 4-drop. 4 mana, 3/4, has an attack trigger, and shuts down your opponent during your entire turn. This card is boss when it comes to white aggro. Ranger Captain of Eos. Again, classic frame for a semi-classic card. The original Ranger Captain was an old border card, and so they kind of like merged 2 cards to make this card in the first place in Modern Horizons, and then they went and give it the old border treatment. Phenomenal. This is the old border Starfoil too. I don't know if that's coming across on camera. Oh yeah, there it is. Love the Starfoil. It's such a callback to my youth. Anyway, beautiful card. Super white. Super cares about white aggro. Everything I want to be. And now we're going back into a very new edition. It came out a year or 2 ago. However, I haven't played with it yet. I only even added it in a few weeks ago. It existed before that. I just didn't think about it. But when I was pulling out a different card that... the one from the space set that made creature tokens or put counters on things, I think it did. And I was trying to look for like a 1/1. I saw this. And the fact that you can create a copy, a token, that is a copy of target artifact token you have, seems very good. Like, sure, whatever. When you cast a creature spell, you could make a dude. And making a dude is not terrible. However, if you can make... in the second best case scenario, you make a token of something you're going to have a bunch of tokens of anyway. You make treasure. Or you make clues. Think about treasure for a minute. You cast a 1-drop, it makes treasure. It's now paid for itself. You cast another 1-drop, it makes another treasure. Now you're just continually filling the board. And that's like the normal case. Best case is you've used a different card to make a copy of a very powerful artifact, like a Phyrexian Metamorph, for example. And then you now have... well, Metamorph doesn't work, but you get what I'm saying. There are cards that let you make token copies of cards, and those cards can be extremely valuable with Oltec Matter Weaver in your cube. Wedding Announcement is just fine. I had a regular Anthem here, a 2-mana Anthem. I might even go back to it. It's the 2-mana Legendary Anthem that gives like legendary creatures +2/+1 and have Ward 1. It's cool. Wedding Announcement has the added bonus of if you're attacking with some creatures, it gets you cards, and if you need creatures, it makes you creatures, and then gives you the Anthem ability. Elspeth, Stormslayer, another new edition, added last year, hasn't been played with yet. Same idea. I knew that I wanted to play with it, so instead of getting just the regular version, I got the fancy version. Yoshimaru, Ever Faithful. We're going to use this as kind of the frame for an entire small discussion. Wizards over the past 4 and 5 years have not only made a lot of legendary creatures to go in Commander, but they've made a lot of cards that care about legendaries mattering. So, my cube has that as a 5-color theme. It's not a deck that you could be a 5-color deck in, but the idea is every single deck has this little piece of it which is going to be made of legendary creatures. And if I can find 2 equivalent creatures in the environment, one is legendary, one's not, I'm probably going to choose the legendary. I'm not running either right now, but think of something like Man of War versus the named wizard Man of War, the one that's legendary. Given the choice between the 2 of them, I would choose the legendary one because it is legendary. There is no downside in cube because it's all singleton. Plus, there's all of these things that, like, this will get a buff. So another legendary permanent enters the battlefield. This becomes a 2/2, and then a 3/3, and then a 4/4. So this is your 1 mana 1/1 that can just scale to nuts positions, while also being a 1 mana legendary itself that will then turn on things like Mox Amber. It's so good. At some point, this cube will have a very heavy legendary theme, and I'll be running things like Rona, Shieldred, or whatever. Settle the Wreckage. This could and has been a Day of Judgment at times, but as I mentioned with the Wandering Emperor, I like having a instant speed Wrath. You know, you attack with 1 creature, maybe I Wandering Emperor it. You attack with a bunch of creatures to play around Wandering Emperor, maybe I Settle the Wreckage. You attack with no creatures to get around both, maybe I draw some cards. You know, like, I like the Drago playstyle personally, and even though it doesn't do so great in a tempo forward cube like this, I still want to give it enough love that I can sit down and draft it, even if it's crap. Alright, another... this guy actually came back into the environment, believe it or not. Bazru's Lieutenant. On its face, it's pretty strong. 3 mana, 3/4, Vigilance, Pro mono, multicolored, which isn't really a huge benefit, but it's fine. When it ETBs, it buffs a single creature, and then when a creature with +1/+1 counters on it dies, it makes some night tokens. It does a whole lot for very little. So, at times I cut it just to try other things. But I always come back to this because it's a very well-rounded card no matter which archetype you're in. Alright. This is going to get a whole series on my channel, a whole episode on my channel later, but we're going to talk about this particular card right now. I think battles as a card type are extremely underrated in the cube community. I think if you have the choice between a card that does a thing and a battle, I really think you should try out the battle, even if it's 1 mana more expensive than you'd want to pay for it. Because what Wizards did when they made battles is they wanted to make combat a little bit more complex and give people in combat the decision to protect them, or attack them, or ignore them. And I think they knocked it out of the park with that. You know, if you're the aggro deck and you play a battle like Invasion of Gobakhan, you're probably not going to attack it, even though it only needs 3, because that's 3 damage that's going to your opponent's face, and you'd rather them be dead than get this flipped. However, if you do flip this one, which it strips a card out of your opponent's hand if you didn't know, you get +1/+1 counters every turn on your attacking creatures, and it can give your creatures hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. That's a very good ability on your 2 mana Thoughtseize. So, give him a shot, seriously. And like I said, I'm going to have a whole episode dedicated to just battles and where the community is wrong on them, because it seems like everybody got this opinion that came from the first couple of weeks of them not working in Constructed and them not working at all in EDH and thought, well, that's it. They don't work. But I think they're wrong. Anyway, Path to Exile. Swords to Plowshares, Path to Exile, staple removal. Lyra Dawnbringer. This is my 1/5 drop that I have chosen. When I say my 1/5, I mean the 1/5 drop that you have to cast for 5. There is one coming up, and you probably know it. So it's a flying, first strike, lifelink. Other angels have +1/+1 and have lifelink. This is another one of those holdovers from the very early days of the cube. It's still very good. I love my Lyra. I love my Baneslayer angels. so it's staying in. But if I were really looking to min-max this spot, I'd look for a different 5-drop that does a lot of things. The Baneslayer versus Muldrifter argument, this is a very good Baneslayer, and it's legendary. Siege Veteran. This is a weird one if you know about me and my takes on Cube, because one of my takes is 3-drop white is one of the most cluttered spots in the entire environment. So what the hell is this 3-mana 2/2 human soldier doing here? This, quite honestly, is just another copy of Luminarch Aspirant. Beginning of combat, you buff something. They can buff itself, they can buff other stuff. Well, hello, Andy. Should I call you Andy or Andy's Basement? Yes, battles are so fun and limited. They give such a different texture to the game. I think people really should run them. So anyway, yeah. So this Siege Veteran is just Luminarch Aspirant number 2. I could replace it for something else, but as of right now, it sticks. Next, this is an old classic, but I got this beautiful artwork of it the other, probably about a month or so ago. Mother of Runes. It protects your stuff. It does the protection the best. So, that should go without saying. Basri Ket is actually part of a incomplete cycle for me of 3-mana walkers that are tempo focused. I've got a couple of them that'll come up in this look. And Basri has a +1 that makes your stuff bigger, has a -2 that gives you more stuff, and if you're protecting it well enough as a 3-mana walker, only takes a couple of turns to ultimate before it starts spitting out counters and creatures and counters and creatures. And that's kind of what these 3-mana walkers do, is that you put them on the board right away, they have an early effect on the game, and then if you're not able to attack through that early effect, they can possibly hit their ult. You know, I've never ulted Teferi in Limited, but I have ulted Basri quite a few times. Am I doing a pre-release this weekend? I actually did yesterday, and I have mixed results. If you want, I can get into that, because it's not quite the set that I thought it would be. Let's put it that way. Swords to Plowshares, again, another staple card. This version came out, I think, last year in a secret lair, and I just think that this is amazing. It didn't really speak to the community right away, so it was actually kind of cheap. I don't know if it still is, because it came packaged in with Festival in a Box, but it is a very good-looking lair. What did I build? Okay, so I built a Sultai pile. It was part elves, part fairies, and I had Oko. And giving you all that information, and knowing that Limited is my favorite format, and I love to play Limited, it might surprise you to know that I went 1 and 2. I went 2-1, 2-0, 1-2. Sorry, 1-2, 2-0, 0-2. It was rough. My love for Lorwyn and the flavor of it is pervasive. It's very high fantasy, which isn't really my jam usually, but is very good. My problem with this limited environment is kind of like what my problem was with Tarkir last year, is they focused so much on the flavor of the plane that they kind of forgot to make a good limited environment. Well, it wasn't just better. The problem I had with Tarkir, Lorwyn, is there isn't any answers. There's a couple good removal spells, and there's no wraths. So the optimal strategy, at least with my very limited understanding, is you play creatures on the board. That's it. You take your mana, and you use as much of it as you can, on every turn you can, for a single tribe, and then you win. Anyway, so that's my salty old man rant. I think that they did a great job with the flavor. The artwork is fantastic. But I think that the environment is boring. I will be playing it next week on stream on Twitch, but I have a feeling I'm not going to want to play it for very long because it doesn't really seem to have that kind of complexity. Just take your creature type that you find, play a bunch of them, and go. Oh, so you did actually get some product. Yeah, the removal was light, and the wraths are non-existent, so there's no reason to not just dump your hand on the board. Anyway, back to this cube, which does have a lot of really strong creatures, but also has really strong removal. We got my buddy here, Luminarch Aspirant. I bought this one of the first weeks the set was opened, and have never taken it out. This is probably one of the best 2-drops in the cube. The Sarima. Here's one of the newer things I haven't really gotten the chance to test yet. It's a spacecraft, which is kind of weird. This one looks for a legendary creature card, which, like I said, I've been working on that legendary sub-theme, so having the tutor on a thing anyway is great. And then if you're able to station it, which is a big ask, but if you're doing legendary things, you're probably in a slower deck anyway. Gives other legendary creatures you control indestructible. Like, that's nutty. That's not in here for this. It's in here because it's a tutor that has a positive. Good luck on your pre-release. I hope that you get whichever tribe you're looking to play with. Because that's going to be the answer, is you just play whatever tribe you get. So I hope that whatever that is for you... Oh, yep. Luminarch is great for the +1/+1 counters. Oh, I didn't cut Day of Judgment. Here's Day of Judgment. In the awful white border. But it's the one that I had on hand. And like I said, function over form, but then form is getting ordered. So if I have to go to the store and buy a Day of Judgment, I'm never picking this. But it's the one I had on hand, so it's the one that's in my queue. Lion Sash. Here is a very quiet, sneaky, excellent card. This is excellent. It is your, what is it called? The Ooze. Scavenging Ooze. It's your white Scavenging Ooze that can also be tutored for with Stoneforge Mystic. And it can give its buff to something else as, like, board wipe insurance. You stick this on a different creature, and then if you get board wiped, it's still a thing. Yes, Elves is very, very strong. One of the decks I had to play against was the Morkant deck, the High Prefect Morkant, or whatever her name is. It was very gross. Didn't stand a chance. Esper Sentinel. This card is a EDH star, so much so that I kind of ignored it at first. And that was a mistake. Because it's an artifact creature, so it helps with the artifact synergies. It will tax the slower deck, so you play this on one, and all of a sudden, if your opponent is trying to throw out a talisman or even a kill spell, you're probably getting a card for your troubles. It is a sneaky good card. I had kind of wrote it off as an EDH card, so I'm glad I got pulled back into it by other people in the community. Next, Leyline Binding. As I've mentioned, this cube is a spot for a lot of good fixing. It's Baltimore. What the hell is it called? Baltimore Singleton. If you don't know what that is, that means that everything is Singleton in the cube except for your land. So I have double shock, double fetch. Your mana is very, very good, but very, very painful. So Leyline Binding should be a very good O-ring effect at flash speed for you. It being an O-ring cost is not uncommon. It being cheaper than an O-ring is pretty common too. Thalia's Lieutenant. Thalia's Lieutenant, one of the few creature type matter cards in the cube still, because it does care about humans, which are the most prolific type in the cube. So it just basically cares about you caring about creatures. And then it buffs everybody else, then buffs itself. Like, this is just such a good card. If you're playing any amount of humans, you should probably test this card out. Another decent removal spell is March of Otherworldly Light. This is partly being fueled by my love of the card in Pioneer, but it's also partly because it exiles basically anything that's not a walker for whatever mana value it is. It can be pricey, but you can beat it out by using cards for tempo. It's probably my least favorite removal in this cube right now for white, but it still works, so it's still in there. Plus, it's a very pretty art. And there it is, my other 5 drop, Solitude. It's a 5 mana, 3/2 lifelink that is a Swords to Plowshares. And that's fine. But it's also a free Swords to Plowshares because this cycle is busted in half. Lightstall Inquisitor. This is another really new inclusion that's really, it's been untested. It is an Angel Wizard, which doesn't matter anymore, but both would have been relevant creature types a long time ago. 2/1. Vigilance. And it's the newest effect that makes an opponent have a spell that costs more to cast. Plus, it even has an effect on lands, too. And then it looks like lastly in white, we're talking about the alternate win con, Approach of the Second Sun. Say you're in a say you're in a white-based control deck, and say you don't have a way to win. This will eventually get you there all by itself. It's not the best thing to do, but it's fun, and I like it, so it stays. Okay, so that is the white cards all said and done. Now I'm going to go into the blue. Also, Andy, if you're curious, the link has been listed in the chat up above for this entire list if you wanted to see through it and see what things kind of combo with while I'm talking about cards. But I do appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, so this is Baby Jace. The Jace that everybody thought wasn't broken until everybody found out it was. It is one of the, I think, 2 Merfolk looters I have. It's just a very good Merfolk looter. Plus, it's got that legendary typing, and it has that human typing. Excellent card. And it becomes a Tempo Walker. So, it becomes Jace Telepath Unbound. That can keep your opponent's creatures small, rebuy you things, and even though I've never ulted it, it can ult and mill your opponent out for alternate win con. Next is Lorien Revealed, which is terrific in an environment that has double shocks, because that means you can cycle this and get basically whatever color you're missing. And then, obviously, if you're in the late game, you don't need to island cycle this. 5 mana, draw 3 is fine. It's not exciting, but it does something. Consult the star charts. Again, very new, untested in Cube, but I have played a ton of this card in my blue-white control deck in Pioneer. This card is strong. It being able to give you 2 of those cards for 4 mana means that you only ever have to save up 2 mana to possibly use with it, which 2 is a very important number if you're playing Teferi. But if you've got the extra, may as well kick it, get 2 perfect cards out of it. Cryogen Relic, another beautiful inclusion. This is a Darksteel Relic that can kill itself. Enters or leaves, draw a card, plus it can stun something of your opponent's. So, you stun one thing of theirs, put them off tempo, and you get 2 cards out of the whole deal? Absolutely. Brain Surge. Even if I wasn't running Tamiyo, which I am, but even if I wasn't running Tamiyo, I think this card is strong enough to run anyway. Draw 4, put 2 back in an environment that runs double fetch. Yes, please. Preordain. This is just a classic. Scry 2, draw card. Fairy Mastermind. Again, it's a new classic. 2 mana, 2/1 with flash, which is important for me. Flying. Fairy and Rogue might be important for other people, not so much for this environment. It also is able to basically steal cards from your opponent. Not as strong here as it is in, say, an EDH environment, but still, it's a 2-mana 2/1 flyer. It's very good. Speaking of, Brazen Borrower. I just got this art when I cracked a case of Outlaws the other day. But I've had Brazen Borrower in the cube for a long time. Petty Theft is a good card. The Brazen Borrower Creature Path is a good card. 2 good cards put together is a good card. Snapcaster Mage. We have another World's winner. This one gets you a instant or sorcery card back from the grave. Alright, here's my 3-mana blue Tempo Walker. It has a +2 to make something of your opponents easier to block and smaller. It's got a -3 that puts birds into play, like big birds. And then it's -8, which I have hit on occasion, is islands you control have draw a card. And again, in an environment with typed duels, this being on a card is nuts. So, if you ult Mu Yanling, she doesn't win you the game immediately, but the value that she brings you means you're going to win the game. And the fact that it comes down on 3 and starts slowing down your opponent, making it really hard to attack. Yeah, gross blue Planeswalker. I have 3. Well, 2 that you would call gross. 1 that's kind of like a question mark. But anyway, this is part of that 3-mana Planeswalker cycle that I tried to include in this cube. That at 3 mana give you a huge tempo boost that are not necessarily super strong on their own, but that little bit of tempo, little bit of tempo, little bit of tempo, and they can ult. Oh, I'd absolutely say it's underrated. It's one of the cards that come up in online discussions all the time as cards that should be looked at more often by me, because it's so good. And then to the other end of that, Kappa Cannoneer. As I said, artifacts have a strong presence in my cube. This is not an artifact cube, but they have a presence. And this is one of the best parts of the presence. It's got a ward that basically means you can't target it, and gives itself counters, and makes it itself unblockable. This will end your game as the blue player. So, you need something to end. May as well use this. Careful Study, just a fantastic card to pick out what cards you need. Draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, 1 mana. Can't complain. And then Treasure Cruise right after that. Hey, what if we made Recall? Except it was a little harder to cast. There it is. It's Ancestral Recall. That's a little harder to cast. Consider another awesome cantrip. Temporal Manipulation. This card is in here for 2 reasons. 1, I wanted an extra turn spell. I don't necessarily want to fill the environment with them, but I like the idea of putting 1 in and then seeing if my players can break it. And I picked Temporal Manipulations because 1, it doesn't exile itself, and 2, look at this Frank Frazetta artwork. This card looks phenomenal. I got both of his Secret Lairs when they came out, and as many of his cards fit the power level of the cube. Even if they're kind of sketchy, they're in here. They're very, very pretty, like that classic kind of like 80s side of the fan fantasy kind of thing. Love the artwork, and it's not a bad extra turn spell. There are better, there are worse, but this one's not bad. And there's the other walker that you might want to groan about. JTMS. The bane of Standard in his day, and can make your life miserable with his +2. Must kill on the board. But that said, again, very, very classic control card. Couldn't say no to him. Murktide Regent. This card has been out for a long time, and I never bought it. It used to be very expensive, well, not very expensive, but expensive enough that you had to like really think about it. So I didn't buy it. And then I was at the game store the other day, and I saw the Regent sitting in their value binder, which is like cards that are between $1 and like $5. They're too cheap. They're too cheap to go into the bulk bins, too expensive to go into the case. And I was like, Murktide Regent's in here? And the guy behind the counter was like, yeah. So I had him look up the price. It was a couple of bucks. I don't remember. And I said, oh, absolutely, buy. I want that for my cube for a long time. Okay. Now here's the groaner. Tezzeret the Seeker. I would like a non-cowboy hat one. I want a regular-looking Tezzeret the Seeker, but this is the one I have from a secret lair I bought. But that said, this Tezzeret is also one of the best in a cube that cares about artifacts. It's plus to untap. Its minus can search for whatever or less and then put it straight on the battlefield. So it comes into play with 4 loyalty. Maybe you -1 or -0. Get yourself a Mox or some kind of a broken card. I've got both the Soul Talisman and the... Oh, what the hell is it called? Hold on, I gotta pull up my own list for a second. Because I'm on a roll here. I've got both the Soul Talisman and the Mox Tanalite, which are suspend 3 cards, that this can just put onto the battlefield for 0. So you're not even minusing, and you get yourself more mana. Who doesn't love that? Put things back in. Okay. Next, we got Lose Focus. Just a good counterspell. It's a good mana leak. Talking to people online, they've mentioned that I kind of am light on counters. So this is probably going to stay in. I might have to add in a few more, but this is pretty good. Emry, Lurker of the Lock, again, here to help make the artifact things work. It's got its own kind of semi-infinite and infinite combos that it can deal. So, yeah, definitely here for that. Ooh, sorry. You can buy things in the yard. Help support self-mill. I've had creepier versions of the artwork before, but I think this is the creepiest of them all, so I went back to the non-frame, the broken frame ones. Fact or Fiction. This card used to be an actual staple. Now it's just in the Hall of Very Good. But again, it's an RKF artwork, full art. Richard Kane Ferguson kills it on this artwork, so I'm going to keep playing Fact or Fiction. There are better 4-mana instant speed draw cards. This one has a little bit of fun to it, adds a little bit of spice to the gameplay, and again, look at this artwork. Spell Pierce. I got this one out of a secret lair, one of the first few secret lairs to have been made. I don't even know if it's my favorite version of Spell Pierce, but it's possibly the best version I have in my collection right now. So it's the one I have. Plus, I mean, come on. The confused wizard on the parchment is such a mood. Memory Lapse. This is actually my old Memory Lapse. The one I had from forever ago. So the fact that I can represent a part of my Magic history in this cube in some way is good enough for me. Omniscience. This is another artist that I would make an entire cube just to feature their artwork. This is a Dominic Mayer Omniscience. It came out in Foundations as part of the, not bonus sheet, but alternate artworks. I love his work of geometry and perspectives, and I think that this is just striking. But that said, Omniscience itself as a card in my cube is very new. I've just added Show and Tell and Omniscience and Kona, the green creature that can put things onto the battlefield. I've had it in the maybe board for a long time, but I've never come over the hump until recently to play this card. Thassa's Oracle, again, alternate win con, mill yourself out. Not mill yourself out, but win the game with this. There is no Demonic Consultation. There is no, what's the 2-mana one? Oh shit, I have it in foil too. Whatever, doesn't matter. There is no infinite combo with just that. Sorry, not infinite combo, but there is no combo with Thassa's Oracle to just make you win on the spot. However, Thassa's Oracle isn't here because it can be a game winner by itself. It's not terrible as a 2-mana 1/3, but I listened to a podcast on cube design a long time ago, that said just seeding those cards in there, and they were using the very fair version of this. Not Demonic Tutor. I can open my binder right now. No, I can't. I listed it on sale. Hold on 1 second. I'll pull out the card. There it is. Tainted Pact. Back in the day, I opened one of these, and this card's worth like $500 or $600 now, so it's listed on my eBay. Anyway, so Tainted Pact, Thassa's Oracle, Demonic Consultation. Both can empty your library out at instant speed so that you just win. And the cube has neither in it. But it just gives you the ability to Laboratory Maniac. They were talking about Laboratory Maniac. And they said you just throw it in the cube just to give Drafter something to aspire to. And I kind of took that to heart. So Thoracle is in here just to give you something to aspire to. Worst case scenario, you're scrying a couple cards anyway. It's not bad. Flare of Denial. Free counterspell as long as you are running blue creatures. So you can't run this in a creatureless deck. But if you've got a few creatures and you want to protect one of them, Flare of Denial will do the job. Ponder. Very nice looking artwork for a card that is, again, a staple. We'll get 3. You can put them back in any order. Draw a card. Brain Freeze. This might be the only parasitic card in the cube. Hold on, let me get into that just 1 second. Brain Freeze might be the only parasitic card in the cube at this time. Every other card, like Underworld Breach or what the hell is it called? Dark Ritual, what have you. They are combo pieces that are meant for combo decks that also can be played in more fair decks to get value. Brain Freeze is in here specifically for the Storm Off, mill yourself, mill your opponent. You can use this with that Thassa's Oracle to win the game, or you can use this and things like Underworld Breach, and someday I'll be getting a Lion's Eye Diamond. But right now we're also using, what's that petal? Lotus Petal, as a way to do it. To mill yourself a bunch and then mill your opponent out of the yard. So this is here just for combo. I am a combo Johnny at heart. I like finding all of those things, so it has been kind of painful to be cubing for 5 years and never having combo specifically put in the cube. So this past year, I decided I'm going to throw myself a bone. I got this. My next big purchase in Magic, for myself, not for the store, but for me, is Lion's Eye Diamond. But for now, Brain Freeze is in. Thought Monitor, Old School Frame, Affinity, draw 2 cards. Urza! One of the 2 ways to make constructs in this cube, and it just can accidentally win. So, yeah, I'm here for it. Daze, free counter. Tamiyo. The full cycle of these cards is kind of cool. I have a Johnny, we've already seen it. I have Tamiyo. I didn't get, I keep calling it Sorin, but that's not the right one. Is it Sorin? Yeah, I think it might be. Okay, so I didn't get Sorin because it's cool, but I don't really want to support Lifelink. And then green was Grist. I don't have new Grist in here. And red was what the hell is his name? Ral, thank you, Ral Zarek. And I didn't get Ral Zarek at the time because I wasn't running anything Storm-like. But I think at this point I might want to go and purchase one. I don't have it yet, but I think it's starting to fit the form of Ral Zarek being a good card for this cube. Anyway, back to Tammy. For many years before she was converted, she was my favorite Planeswalker. Loved every card she was on. And the fact that you can trigger this so easily with a Brainstorm or a Brain Surge, You can sacrifice the 2 clues of her own. You can draw cards from any plethora of ways and flip her into a very good, very strong tempo walker is good. Again, she turns into a walker that doesn't have something that says I win the game on it. +2 makes things that try to attack it harder. -3 will get you something back from the yard for value. I've never ulted her either, but there's no reason to think that she can't ult because her position is pretty hard to hit as long as you're also running creatures. Synthesizer Lab Ship. He has another one of those artifacts that were just added to be added. So I haven't tested it yet. It can animate other artifacts. So it can turn clue tokens or treasure tokens or what have you into 2/2s with flying. Just to give you, yeah, and that's the thing is, Andy, as I was so against putting Storm in my cube for a long time, not because I hate Storm, but because I heard Storm is very parasitic, so you need to run a very high density of cards to support it. That mean that those cards are dead if you're not playing in Storm. So I stayed away from Storm when Modern Horizons 3 released, and then I should go back and pick up Ral now. Anyway, Synthesizer Lab Ship, for the very low cost of 2 crew, can animate an artifact every turn. And I think that's probably where I would stick with this card. You can turn it into a 4/4 flying vigilant creature. Yes, Storm is very fun. My first time in Modern is Gift Storm. Still remember practicing that, goldfishing that for hours. Anyway. Yeah, Synthesizer Lab Ship. I would probably keep this at 2, make it hard to interact with as it's not going to be a creature, but every turn it'll animate some non-creature artifact to do its bidding. Speaking of, Show and Tell. Don't really like the Future Sight frame myself, but this art... But this art is unique. It's the only way you can get this art on a card, and I do like it. Show and Tell, both players say, hey, who's got the bigger thing? And if you're playing Show and Tell, you're probably running something stupid like Omniscience, so you should win. Brainstorm. This is a very, very classic printing. It's not my favorite printing, but it's classic and it works. Draw 3 cards, put 2 cards on top, and then it says underline that says, and then crack a fetch, make those cards go away, and you've got 3 new cards. Aether Channeler. When this card came out in Dominaria United, I put it in the cube. When this version came out, I bought this to go into my cube because I like things in this cube to be pretty pimped up. That said, the card is showing its lack of power in the environment now. It's a Mana War, but I don't know that Mana Wars are very good anymore, at least for something this powerful. You want to be doing things that are more proactive. That said, I'm still a bit nostalgic for it, so in it goes. Stifle, I'm going to be honest, it's only in here because I'm a dirty degenerate. What do you think I want with Stifle to hit? It can hit Planeswalker's abilities, it can hit Planeswalker's ultimate, it can hit all kinds of activation things like triggering, like let's say that spaceship that can make things fly. However, Stifle is in this cube because I like to stifle fetch lands. I am a gross person, and I recognize that. If you're sitting across the table from me in this cube, and I've played a blue mana and say go, you do not crack that fetch until I'm tapped out. Hello, Angsty. Good to see you. Flexibility is terrific in cube, and that kind of leads us right into this next card, 3 Steps Ahead, which mostly is a 3-mana counterspell. Not great, not terrible. Could also filter you some cards, draw 2 cards, discard a card. That's not bad. If you need it, great. But, going back to that old tech Matter Weaver in white, this says create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature you control. So, with those 2 cards themselves, you could make an army of, I don't know, Kappa Cannoneers, or some other big, stupid artifact like Cityscape Leveler. Even things like Batterskull, you know? You're not talking about having to go fishing for something big to get value out of. As long as you're able to copy it with this, and then you can copy it with the Oltec Matter Weaver, you can have an army of what you're... the world's your oyster. Okay, that's no problem, Angsty. I appreciate all my lurkers. Love to all of them. You guys are helping me become more ingratiated in the Twitch environment. Mystic Sanctuary. Fetchable, get a spell back land. I love this card. Its days are numbered. The only reason it's not here is because the stationing the stationing land, the Tolarian Academy, isn't in my possession. One of the next purchases I'm going to make for Papa Collectibles, the storefront, is going to be a case of Edge of Eternities, and when I crack a version of the Tolarian Academy, I'm going to be putting it in. But for now, Mystic Sanctuary has been very, very good. Being able to rebuy your best spell, or even at times there was a combo with, I don't remember. There's a card that you bounce a land to your hand to counterspell. Anyway, it's great. And counterspell. This is excellent counterspell. It came from a secret lair, but it's such a classic looking counterspell. I love it. Ledger Shredder. This is one of those cards that, again, does a great job of being flexible. It is in like a prowessy kind of deck, a deck that wants to play a lot of spells. It can get big quick, becomes the threat. But it also can just be your reanimator allower. You discard your biggest creature and then reanimate it on the next turn. Or your opponent plays 2 spells in their turn, triggers this, and you can pop it on your turn for almost no cost because you're already playing a 2-mana flying 1/3. Displacer Kitten, another combo enabler. Every time you play a non-creature, it's going to bounce something. So just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I've got Little Teferi in here too, so it's got options. Okay, hold on just 1 second. Alright. Goodbye, kitty. Hello, Tinker. One of the few ways in my cube to cheat. And this is kind of where the arms race came from, is I started with a very fair, very mid-range cube. And then I threw in a little bit of Reanimate. And then I threw in Tinker. Then I threw in, before Tinker was Trash a Treasure. Then I threw in Tinker. And then with all of that kind of power coming from there, I was like, well, why can't I do Storm things? So anyway, Tinker led to a arms race of sorts in my cube. Sacrifice an artifact, put an artifact in play. Again, we're talking about the ones I was talking about earlier. Cauldron Complete, Cityscape Leveler, Portal to Phyrexia is something this can hit that those couldn't. Like, just put something really big and devastating into play, and you kind of just win the game. And then, lastly, we have one of my other looter right now is Malcolm Alluring Scoundrel. Flash Flying, put a chorus counter, draw a card, discard a card. It can get extra value from that card, but even still, it's just a 2/1 Flash Flying threat that loots. As my cube gets a little bit more legendary focus, more and more legendary cards coming into it, this is going to be replaced with the Rona that can become a combo machine. But as of right now, I still like Malcolm and its tempo base more. Okay, now we're going to get into black, and we're going to start right there with one of my favorite new cards, Forsaken Miner. 1 mana 2/2, great. Can't block, sure. When you commit a crime, you may pay black. If you do, return it from the graveyard to the battlefield. This card and Warren Soul Trader by themselves are a semi-infinite combo. Just 2 cards. You only need one other payoff to win the game. You just need one Zulaport Cutthroat, Blood Artist, whatever. 1 mana 2/2 by itself that, in, like I say, a control shell, you play this 1 mana 2/2 that can't block, but every time you kill one of their creatures, for an extra black mana, you now have another attacker. So you have unlimited threats of your own, even though it's only a 2/2, that's still 10 swings. Bitter Triumph. This is going to be upgraded very soon. I did buy a fancy version because as I was kind of putting the script together today for the long form vid, not the live stream, I was just typing things in, and I found out that Bitter Triumph actually does have a fancy version. So I went ahead and bought it. It was very cheap, like $2-ish or so. So this exact version is going to be not long for the cube, but the card itself should be in everybody's cube. It is 2 mana, instant speed, destroy creature, destroy planeswalker, that you either lose a little bit of life, or you get to, not you have to, you get to discard a card. If you're playing Bitter Triumph, if you're playing Bitter Triumph and choosing to discard a card, you're either within your last 3 life, or you've got some kind of a crazy combo that you're about to do, and you needed the card out of your hand. Bitter Blossom. Back to you, Andy. One of the problems I had last night were 2 of my opponents had the new Bitter Blossom, which is a creature. And without much removal, it plays a lot like the old Bitter Blossom. And, yeah, this card is very good. The fact that it continually makes you 1/1 black Fairy Rogue tokens is nutty. And 2 of my opponents had it last night. Yeah. I had 3 pieces of removal in my entire deck that could have gotten rid of it. Didn't draw them when I needed to. And I lost to a Cloud of Fairies. Recurring Nightmare. This is a card I got on a collection purchase. Exactly. It came out on 2 twice that night for me. Recurring Nightmare is a fantastic reanimate spell. All it takes is you sacrificing a creature, say, like that Forsaken Miner that is going to come back anyway, bring something back from the dead. All you got to do is pay 3 mana to get this enchantment and play again. And the way that the timing works, they can't remove Recurring Nightmare as long as you have some pieces to move. If you have a creature in the yard and a creature on the board, and they go to remove your Recurring Nightmare, you crack it. Otherwise, if they go to remove your creature, you crack the Recurring Nightmare. If they go to exile your yard, you crack the Recurring Nightmare. Are we seeing a theme here? It's basically removal proof once it's on the board. Fatal Push. One of the best 1 mana answers ever. I don't need to say anything else. Deadly Dispute. This is kind of one of those cards I was talking about. This card, it's good. It's a good card. But it's too slow for my cube. But it's got a Frank Frazetta art. And that art is fantastic. So the fact that it's a little slow is a knock on it. But look at this artwork. I don't know if you can see the foil through the camera. But let me pull it out of the one sleeve, see if you can see it better. Even still, that's kind of hard. There you go. Like, it's just a gorgeous piece of cardboard from one of the classics. And we're going to go back to another Frazetta, Zulaport Cutthroat. He's the reason this is a Cutthroat and not a Blood Artist. Blood Artist is better. Blood Artist is the better card. It has 1 less power. It's got worse creature types, but it triggers on your opponent's stuff too. So Zulaport Cutthroat is worse. But again, you're talking about Frank Frazetta. And that art is just iconic. And I can see there's another Frazetta behind there. The Frazetta Dark Ritual. Look at that. Again, this wasn't in the cube for a long, long time because I didn't want to be giving players extra mana. Played in a fair deck. This is letting you play a 3-drop on turn 1, a 4-drop on turn 2, what have you. Played in an unfair deck. This is going to get you that mana acceleration that you might need to go storming off. Believe it or not, this card's like 150 bucks now. Obviously, wasn't when I bought the Secret Lair, but this card is so good, and the art is so good, that even though you can get a copy of this card mechanically for less than $1, this version is worth like 150. Alright, we're finally getting to a full art that's not made by Frank Frazetta. Warren Soul Trader. Can infinite combo with that Forsaken Miner. You did. You played sorcery. That's cool. I sell a little bit of sorcery. Warren Soul Trader, 3 mana, 3/3. 3 semi-relevant creature types. Not in this environment, but if you're playing zombies or goblins or wizards, it matters. And then pay 1 life, sacrifice a creature, create a treasure token. Sure, it goes infinite with the Forsaken Miner, but even without the miner, you're getting a lot of value out of that. You get something like the Zulaport Cutthroat that drains your opponents for the creature, and you just need a sacrifice outlet. This is a free sacrifice outlet. You dabble. That's pretty cool. I like the artwork in Sorcery. I like the idea that it's like a 2-person kind of board game where you have to play the board pieces and the pieces that move on them. I like the whole idea of it. I'm already pretty deep in a lot of other hobbies, and my time is very limited. Entomb. Classic way to get a card from your deck into your yard. Liliana of the Veil. This is the 3 mana Tempo Walker in black. This is something that the Lucky Paper Radio guys call is making small games. You play this, and each player discards a card. So now you have. So with this, I got a comment about all what you just said, Andy. I will get back to it. I just want to get this idea out first. So this card is your 3 mana Temple Walker. It makes smaller games. Let's say you both are discarding a card. Let's say that you are playing this fairly, and every time you hit the Lily Plus, you're discarding and your opponents are discarding. Even still, that's putting your Liliana 1 step closer to ultimating, which is not fair, and it's giving your opponent 1 less answer to deal with it, whether that be a spell itself, a creature, the mana needed to play the spells of the creatures. Like, you play this on 3, and you start shrinking the game. If you could protect it, you start by plussing. Otherwise, you start by minusing, making them sacrifice their worst thing, and then you can kind of block down the other stuff. She is the queen. I would like to get a better version. Specifically, I think that there's a San Diego Comic-Con version, but it's pricey. Someday this cube is going to be completely blinged out, but until it is, this Lily's good enough for me. And now about your sorcery comment. You have a problem on your channel doing non-magic card games, and I get that. As a very tiny creator myself. This is true too. The sideways Lily with yeah, very iconic. You would like to try to do other games. I posit something else to you. You like Magic. Magic's got a big audience. Absolutely, you can try to do Magic things. But games like Sorcery, Flesh and Blood, what's another game that's not coming to mind right now? Oh shit. These are games that are underserved by the market. Let's just stick with those two for now, Sorcery and Flesh and Blood. They're underserved by the market. They've got players who are looking to play, and they don't have very many content creators to watch. Riftbound is kind of there, but not, because it's being backed by a big enough IP. There wasn't another one of like the top 10 games, and as a card store, online card store owner, there are things I've looked at, and I sell Sorcery and I do sell Flesh and Blood. I was looking into this other game recently. I can't remember it. Not worth the point. Anyway, they're underserved by the market, both in paper and online. So if you would have to be kind of okay giving up the Magic part of it, but if you wanted to do like a hard pivot into a Sorcery, you probably could pull that off. I myself, I'm a very small creator. I'm doing Magic here on YouTube and here on Twitch. But I do plan on introducing other games to my channel at some point. There's a game that I'm actually talking to the developer of right now to possibly do an interview before he goes live on Kickstarter. And then there is another game, which is very near and dear to my heart, from the original TCG Boon of the early 2000s, which is coming back. If you know, you know. And when the game finally gets to my doorstep, I'm going to be making a how to play guide. Okay, and there's the problem, is you're mostly chasing a Magic audience, but you'd like to touch with sorcery, and I get that, but that would take a much bigger audience. I mean, even look at places like The Professor, or Covert Go Blue, or who else tried this recently? Decked Out. They've all been trying to do these other card games, but people who watch those YouTube channels for Magic will just not watch. And then that video will be 10 of 10. And you know what I'm talking about, 10 of 10. You've seen them and I've seen them. And yeah, you just won't get there. But if you were to do like a hard pivot, like if you really liked sorcery and were okay giving up Magic content creation, you probably could grow pretty fast in the sorcery community. It's something I've thought about. Anyway, back to Magic, back to Cube, back to my baby. Sheoldred of the Apocalypse. Yeah, there's not much to say. I don't even run wheels in this cube. It's just here because if you don't answer it, you're dead. Tenacious Underdog. Here's one of my black aggro cards. Black is the third aggro color in this cube. Obviously red first, white second. So there need to be some aggressively statted cards. And the fact that this can keep coming back out of the grave, even after it's killed, excellent. Toxic Deluge. Not much to say about that. You pay some life, you kill all the stuff. Unstoppable Slasher. Fairly new addition. I've been playing around with this a bit on Arena as a card. Now, see, Angsty, that's kind of okay, but also kind of not. You and Andy are on two different things, but I've been trying to do a lot of streaming on Twitch this month, so my YouTube channel has no uploads. There's only so much time in the day, so you just don't have the ability. So if he wanted, I know he is a dad like me, stay-at-home dad, also trying to make some money. So you're doing this stuff usually late at night, and you only have so much time. So he can't really do sorcery and magic, especially if neither are getting a ton of traction. You'd rather grow the one source than to have two sources grow slowly with double the effort. Anyway, back to Unstoppable Slasher. Awful card to play against, because it just keeps coming back, and it knocks you out. Oh, absolutely, Andy. Stay-at-home dad life is tough. I'm sure that the microphone is picking up my two monsters behind me. So yeah, this card is just one of those black aggro cards that you answer or you die. Thoughtseize. This is my personal hatred. The way that some people hate removal, the way that some people hate counterspells, I have that pit in my stomach that just hates Thoughtseizes. Thoughtseizes, Duress, Inquisition. Screw those cards. But Cube isn't just about me. It's about the 7 other players at my table with me. So here is Thoughtseize. Best in class. Each target player reveals their hand. You say, this non-land card, they get rid of it. No questions. Reanimate. Again, best in class. It costs you some life. You get 1 mana. Long Goodbye. I don't know that this is going to be a card in my cube long term. But we've talked about my 3 mana Tempo Walkers. And most of the creatures in the cube are 3 mana or less. There are a few that are more expensive. So this hits a good 80% of my cube, and it can't be countered. If I do remove Long Goodbye, it's going to be something more open-ended. This, as a destroy creature or planeswalker, mana value 3 or less, can't be countered, is excellent. Stitcher Supplier, crazy good card. Crazy good. Especially in Cube. Bolas' Citadel, because sometimes boys just want to have fun. Sure, it could get a little scary, especially with the fact that I don't really give black a lot of life gain abilities. But if you're willing to pay down to everything but the last life, here you go. Marionette Apprentice. Best in class again. Hold on just one second. Marionette Apprentice, best in class again. There has never been a Zulaport Cutthroat this good. Obviously, it's for things you control, but it also counts artifacts like that, oh, I don't remember the name of the 1-mana 1/1 that was in, like, Darksteel that did the same thing. So it drains you for both, plus it makes an expendable body anyway, so its stats are above rate at 2, plus it's got this unparalleled ability to drain your opponent out. Such a good card. Vampire Hexmage is a very, very new card in here, because I added the, Merit Lage combo. What the hell is it called? Dark Depths. I already had Thespian Stage because I had Lotus Field as an option. You can be a Lotus Field player. Well, ish. You can be a Lotus Field control player in this cube. I don't really have the Lotus Field combo untappy players because those are very parasitic. Anyway, so I had Lotus Field in here, and I decided to add the Thespian Stage. So you could copy the Lotus Field, and now you got 6 mana, right? And then talking with some other people online, they were like, well, why don't you just run Dark Depths? Sure, okay. Again, it's a single land slot, and it's basically a combo all by itself. Alright, this is being uploaded right now as a full VOD, Andy, so have fun doing whatever you're doing. The whole rest of it is going to be recorded just like this. And then I may do a slightly concatenated version of it. I don't know that I want to do all that editing. You get it. But I might. Anyway, so have a great night. I'll see you the next time I'm on. And know that there is a video coming to this channel very soon that I'm working on. Okay, so anyway, the Vampire Hexmage is the newest part of that combo. It's a classic part of the Dark Depths combo. But I hadn't put it in because, again, it's fairly parasitic. So I just threw it in on a whim the other day. I said, you know what? May as well throw it in. So now there's Vampire Hexmage, Dark Depth, Thespian Stage, Lotus Field. It gives you lots of options. Yawgmoth, Thran Physician. Again. At one point, Persist was a combo in the cube. Persist is no longer in the cube. But even still, Yogg is good. Yogg is very good. I've thought about adding in Young Wolf just to give Yogg an infinite target. Nethergoyf. MH3 brought us a whole new cycle of Goyfs, and this one is one of my favorites. I don't remember if I ended up buying a Pyre Goyf or not. I should. But anyway, we'll talk about Nethergoyf now. It's a Goyf. It comes back from the yard. It's great. I do hate that it counts only your yard. I guess that makes it more fair. But even still, as a 1-mana Goyf, you can't hate it. You play this on 1, maybe you stitch a supplier on 2, you get 2 hits. All of a sudden you're swinging in for the 2/3 on turn 2. Booster Tutor. So sorry, Andy, that you just missed this one, because this is my favorite cube card, bar none. Give me 1 second. I have My cubes sideboard. About 120-ish cards that are not currently in the list. Some are things I'm thinking about adding, but haven't. And some are things that I have added and I pulled out. Booster Tutor only pulls from this pile. So they're cards. I make a 15 card pack out of shuffling all those cards together. And that drafter gets to see only that drafter is the only one that gets to see those cards. So their opponent can't even know what to imagine. Now, as I've kind of semi-curated that list, I've made sure black has the strongest presence in the... I've made sure black has had the strongest presence in the... Hold on a second. What? Okay, so anyway. So the point of Booster Tutor is you get to see those cards that I've curated that have either just been in or just came out of the cube, and you are the only player to see it. So when you open the Booster Tutor and you get the card, your opponent has no idea what's coming. Favorite card in cube, bar none. It's in both this and my combat cube, and I've thought about adding it to the 1-drop cube, but I haven't yet. Plus, it's instant speed. This is nutty. This card is nutty. Unearth. This is a personal favorite of mine. It's a 1-mana, return something that's small with cycling. So if you've got something that's small, you hold on to your Unearth. And if you've got nothing good that's small, you cycle it right away, and it doesn't cost you anything but a little bit of tempo. This art is been hand-selected. I did have a different version of Unearth, but I do like this full art look. Very good. Here is the 6-mana control walker, Liliana, Dreadhorde General. She is very strong. She is very slow. I've been thinking about cutting her for some other 5-mana walker, because I do like having like a more, a higher costing Planeswalker in black for the control deck. The Esper colors are my control colors, and white has the Wandering Emperor, blue has Jace the Mind Sculptor, and black doesn't have anything right now. So it has Lily, this very, very expensive Lily. 6 is a lot bigger than 5. Let's just put it that way. But when it comes in, you make a 2/2. When any of your creatures die, you draw some cards. It's got a semi-wipe on it, too. You're probably never going to go against a huge board with Lily, but you play it on something that's semi-small, it shrinks it. Yeah, she's good for now. Wish I had the stained glass version. I do have this promo version, but I wish I had the stained glass version. However, she might not be in the cube for very much longer. I'm going to be looking for replacements, basically in the 4 or 5 slot. Umbral Collar Zealot is an overstated human that has a free sacrifice. Are you kidding me? They don't do these anymore, and they made it in Edge of Eternities last year. Such a good, strong card. Inquisition, there we go. Back to the cards that I hate. Inquisition of Kozilek. Corsi Revenant. This was formerly... what was the Nighthawk called? This was the slot that used to be Vampire Nighthawk, that then got upgraded in the Zendikar Rising with the Nighthawk from that set. Nighthawk Scavenger. And now it's Corsi Revenant. I like having this 3-mana flying Death Touch lifelink thing. I might go back to the Scavenger because it can get a lot bigger. This has value in the yard, but in this environment, I don't see myself paying 3 to give something else its abilities. It's a fun test, but I think I might go back to the scavenging one, just because it's just stronger as a play. Collective Brutality. There's not much to say about this. It's a removal spell that can also be like a Duress. And all you gotta do is discard cards, so it's always going to cost 2. This is super replaceable, but right now I just don't have anything to replace it with that's in my head. Anybody either in the audience now or in the audience in the future, love to hear your suggestions for some black sorcery that's semi-unique. This gives me a lot of options, but they're all overcosted. Ultimate price, kill a thing. 2 mana, instant. Dauthi Voidwalker. Here's a big one from Modern Horizons 2. It's a 3/2, unblockable, that means your opponents can't play graveyard shenanigans. Plus, you can sacrifice it to do those shenanigans yourself without paying its mana cost. Is bonkers. Here's Bob. Say hi, Bob. This is my original Dark Confidant from when I was a monster drafting the original Ravnica block. And that's kind of why it's here as sentimental, because it's pretty much outclassed these days. If I was being realistic, I'd probably either look at the Caustic Bronco or the other Bob they made recently. But honestly, the original Bob with the original artwork, that was my original card from back in 2005 or 6. What is it? 2005. It's so iconic for me. He's still in the cube. Griselbrand. This is a card that comes in and comes out. Comes in, comes out. Sometimes I care about having my reanimate creatures be non-legends, and sometimes I care about them being legends. Griselbrand right now is in because I'm caring about more legendary stuff. So yeah. 8 mana, Flavor Fail, 7/7, Flying Lifelink, pay 7 life, draw 7 cards. Doesn't get much better to reanimate than that. Unless you're playing Archon of Cruelty, and I swear these are unedited. 8 mana, 6/6. When it ETBs or attacks, target opponent sacks a creature, Planeswalker, discards a card, loses 3 life, you gain 3 life, and draw a card. Beautiful. Knight of the Ebon Legion. Another black aggro card. Again, you play this guy on 1 as a 1 mana 1/2. You start getting in with some extra damage from elsewhere, like say that Dauthi Voidwalker, you smack him 3 unblockable, your Knight of the Ebon Legion gets bigger. Plus, it has this threat of activation, which can kill things that are much bigger than it for 3 mana. Tragic Trajectory is my new Tragic Slip. -2/-2, unless a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, and then it's -10/-10. It's worse Tragic Slip, but it's also a little bit more flavorful for me. About me personally is I am a huge sci-fi geek. I play Magic despite the setting, so the fact that Edge of Eternities came out and gave me a Tragic Slip makes me super happy. Hold on just 1 second. Next is Emperor of Bones, another way to steal your opponent's graveyard shenanigans. Beginning of combat, exile a card, and then whenever you put a 1/1 counter on it, you can make it come out. Retrofritter Transmogrant. I like having these 1 mana reanimate cards. I think I have 2 or 3. This is the second one that we've seen, so we'll find out very shortly. This one comes back bigger. It's a little expensive to do in a deck that wants to like constantly sacrifice things. Like the Forsaken Miner might be better there, but for a deck that just wants to have constant pressure on your opponent, it's an artifact, it's a zombie, and for 4 mana it comes back as a 3/3. So every time they kill it, it's an actual threat as a 3/3 as opposed to just being a little dinky 1/1. Very good card. Damnation. Black needs its board wipes. This board wipe is pretty good. Damnation is one of the better ones. And lastly, we have Animate Dead. This pile of text basically says pull something back from the grave, it's slightly less strong. If you lose the Animate Dead, the creature's dead again. Anyway, very, very good card. So I think we're going to keep going. My wife just came by and told me that dinner is ready. But I think that I'd rather keep this going and make it an all-one stream as opposed to cutting it up. So that's what we're going to do here. Just going to keep pushing. Now on to the red spells. Alright, I'm going to give this a small shuffle so that when things come up in order as I'm talking about them, they're a little bit more realistic. Quick little shuffle. Quick little shuffle. And another shuffle. Okay. We're just going to start with the Queen of the Flames herself, Chandra, Torch of Defiance. This is a 4-mana walker, which is good in both aggro and control. As a control walker, it can keep your opponent's creatures off the board and give you extra mana to play with on your turn. As an aggro walker, it literally just reads your opponent has to figure out a way to deal with this planeswalker or they die. Lizard Blades. This is one of the longest holdouts of my red and white Equipment Matters theme. As I was building up the power level of this cube, red and white went from like a Kindred deck to an Equipment Matters deck. And this is one of the last holdouts because it's actually very strong. For 2 mana, you get a 2/2 double striker, and then you reconfigure it for 2, and you turn anything into a double striker. It's kind of gross that way. Next is Monastery Swiftspear. Original art, old border frame, from Time Spiral. The only thing that could make this better is if it was foil. Bone Crusher Giant. It's very good. It's got a bad removal spell, but it's got a decent body by itself. And the text that damage can't be prevented this turn doesn't really matter right now in this cube, but I could see myself throwing in a fog or two, and this would be one of the ways to break it. Chain Lightning. Speaking of secret layers that I tried to force every single card into the cube, there's this secret layer that came out last year, I think. Let me see if I can find the date. Yep, 2025. That came out last year. And this layer was called... The secret layer was called Everything is on Fire. And you could buy these arts for regular prices. But you could also get them in what this is called as raised foil. I think that they were also available in regular foil, but then for an upcharge, you also could buy them as raised foil. And that's what these are. And they actually have a texture. It doesn't come across on camera, I don't think. Maybe I could do it. But the text box, the words, they actually have physical presence. There's a thickness to the card. Yeah, I can't really get it. But it really makes those specific things pop. And they're all very pretty. The art themselves are very good, but then the raised foil treatment is amazing. So when I got that secret layer in, Chain Lightning was already in this cube, as were a few others. Like, what was her name? Darcy, Dragon Raid Chandler was another one that I just did 1-for-1. But then there were a few cards that were not in this cube that I just forced in because it fit with this theme. Legion Extruder. This is a very new card too. As I mentioned, I just bought a case of Thunder Junction, sold off most of it, and kept this Legion Extruder as a 2-mana damage spell, but can become a Golem Factory. Again, the cube has a lot of ways to make things like treasures and clues and blood tokens and map tokens and all kinds of random crap. And for 2 mana every turn, you can turn them into 3/3 machines. Runaway Steamkin. Here's my... It used to just be strong body with potential upside, but now it's a Storm Enabler, because you put this on the board, and when you're playing red spells, whether they're instants or sorceries or not, they can just be creatures, it gets bigger. And then every time you get 3 counters on it, you remove those counters, and you get some more mana. So as a tempo card, it's very good, but as a combo card, it can be very good too. So it's kind of survived this transition from mid-range creature fest to combo attack. Fury. I know everybody likes to see Fury. Yep, it's here. Free, deal 4 damage. Not really free, you have to exile a red card, but whatever. Fury keeps small creature decks in check a bit, which is needed to be done, but might be a little too strong. I still like having it. Hold on just 1 second. Okay, so that's all. Everything that's ever been said about Fury that's needed to be said has been said. It's a lot more fair in a 40-card singleton environment than it is in a 60-card 4-of. Trust me. Embercleave, another holdover from the Equipment Matters days. It's still one of the only combat tricks that you can find in most regular cubes. You think you've got a safe block, and then your opponent blows you the hell out with an Embercleave. Very good card. We got the Monkey, back in Modern Horizons 2. This is back before I was even a storefront. I just purchased a bunch of these cards for me, a bunch of the Modern Horizons cards, and I cracked this Monkey. And obviously, it's been great ever since. And this one is still great. It's the gold standard for, what are they called? They're called Savannah Lions in white, and they are called... Oh, it's some kind of a devil or a demon. Name's escaping me right now. It's a 1 mana 2/1 that used to deal damage to you. So there used to be a downside, and now it's just straight upside. Goblin Guide, speaking of, it's a 1 mana 2/2 with haste that has a big downside. The good news is it puts the land in their hand, so they still have to find the time to play them all. As long as you're getting more and more attacks in, and they don't kill the guide because they're getting those lands, maybe you just get there with all of your damage. Remember, red is the burn color. Your kill spells are also the spells that will kill your opponent. Slick Shot Show Off. Very good prowess tempo bird. You can plot it if you want to have like an explosive turn, but even played fairly as a 2 mana 1/2 flyer that could potentially go off the next turn, it's a big question your opponent needs to answer. Riftbolt. Here's another one of those raised foil cards. Yeah, it's hard to get the reflection without catching the light. This was already in my cube, so I got the fancy version, and the fancy version is the one that goes in my cube. Galvanic Blast. We are a cube that cares about artifacts. We have a lot of them. It just makes sense. And the fact that it goes to any target too is very, very important. A lot of times these days effects like this will specify creature, like Unholy Heat. Deals 2 damage to target creature, possibly Planeswalker? We'll see. We'll come up to it. But can deal 6 damage instead if you've got a full graveyard. But in this case, Galvanic Blast can still go face. Jaya, Fiery Negotiator, is kind of like Chandra TOD number 2. I keep kind of changing this slot out. It makes Prowess Monks, which really support you doing non-creature stuff anyway. Gives you some more cards. Deals some damage and has a pretty cool ultimate ability. She's not loved in the environment, but she is very liked, and that's why we still keep old Lady Jaya. Lightning Strike, going back to the first Frank Frazetta Secret Lair. It's probably the third or fourth best burn spell in all of Cube anyway, so there's just no reason not to run it. Unless you are specifically breaking Singleton for everything, in which case you run 6 Lightning Bolts. If you're not breaking Singleton, you're going to run a Lightning Strike anyway. It may as well be the one that looks the best. This is a card that I did add into the cube because of the lair. Skewer the Critics. It's a fine card. It's not terrific. It's 3 mana, sorcery speed to deal damage, unless you've already dealt damage, and then it deals 3 damage. It's fine that it does it at sorcery speed. It's okay that any target helps it. It needing to be spectacled to be any good is tough. So it wasn't in my list originally. But because the entire Secret Lair looks awesome and I wanted it all to stay together, I did. Urabrask Forge, again, another kind of hard to interact with piece if you're on the burn plan. You know, you play a 1 mana creature on turn 1, you play 2 mana creature on turn 2, maybe turn 3, you drop the Urabrask Forge, and now a board wipe doesn't save your opponent because they're going to have a growing creature coming at them every turn. So if they board wipe, they get rid of your pressure that you had from the beginning, but they lose the Forge, and if they get rid of the Forge, that keeps the pressure that you were already building. Rabbit Battery. I like having this ability in my cube as well, being able to give anything haste. The fact that it's on a creature makes it more palatable, because it's just a 1 mana 1/1 with haste, but when that utility runs out, it only costs you a single red pip to give any other creature in your arsenal haste. So, I'm just going to test something real quick, so stay with me, Angsty. Did that work? It did! Awesome! Okay. Testing out my Stream Deck. I set it up for the first time a couple weeks ago, so I just wanted to see if buttons work. Anyway, Rabbit Battery, excellent card. Comes down as a 1 mana 1/1 creature, and then as you get bigger and better creatures, as long as you got the spare mana, they now get slightly bigger and slightly faster. Caravan Memorial World. I might be the only cube running this land. I think the planets are very good. I think the problem with them in this environment specifically is just having to get to 12 station. But if you station this land, which is a big ask, if you station this land, it becomes a robot factory. And they come in as 3/2s with haste. So, assuming that you're able to get this stationed with something or another, you know, obviously way easier to do in Edge of Eternity's draft with all the warp creatures. But assuming you're able to get this online, you're pumping out creatures. I like the idea of having a single utility land for every color. So you'll see them, and this is the 4th one you've seen. I don't believe green has one. I think right now green does not. Oh, I'm wrong. And if you're halfway plugged in and not halfway deadhead like me, you probably know the green one. Anyway, so I liked every color having some kind of utility land. And this replaced Den of the Bugbear, which became a land. It was a man land that also made a token. I'm giving this a shot right now. We'll see how it plays. It has not been played yet, but if you can see on the camera, yeah, there you go. It's the Galaxy Foil. So, again, when I opened that, I was like, oh, it's the Galaxy Foil, full art. I've got to give it a shot. So the thing, Angsty, is I'm not running Universes Beyond. I'll go more into this in the long-form video, which is going to be on my channel next week or so, but because you're here right now, I may as well tell you. This is not a Universe Beyond cube. It has no Avatar. It has no Final Fantasy. The only Universes Beyond it's going to have is Lord of the Rings, because that's classical fantasy. And I really, really, really hate that I can't use the white Avatar land, because that land is bonkers. It's so good. It'd be so good for this environment, but I'm not going to break the Universes Beyond thing for this environment. So, the Earthbend is a disgusting mechanic. I cannot believe it's as strong as it is, and it was a lot of fun to play with during Avatar Draft, because I'm not specifically a Universe Beyond hater. I just wanted an environment where it doesn't exist. And yeah, that green land, the Earthbend land is very good. The +1/+1 counter land was very good. The other lands aren't coming to me right now because those ones are the ones that really stuck out as if they land, and if you're in dire straits, they run you over. Great cards, not in this environment. Okay, going back to the cards that are, here's an Abrade. I used to run the original Abrade, and then my boy Dominic Mayer got an Abrade, and I love that Abrade. But then in Foundations, what was it, last year? 2 years ago now. Wow, how time flies. They got this full art, and in a perfect world, this entire cube is full art, so I had to go with the full art. I hope my boy Dominic Mayer or somebody else gets a full art Abrade later, but this is totally serviceable as art. And then the fact that this is a terrific utility spell just goes way above and beyond. Kill a creature, destroy an artifact. Instant speed. Faithless Looting. Excellent. Works for Spell Slingers. Works for Reanimate. Works for anything. Even if you're just discarding 2 lands and drawing 2 cards. Dreadhorde Arcanist. This is a card that has been in the past and is now in again, because spell slinging is part of this cube's identity. And I used to have it in because I had more ways to buff its power. So you could cast 2 mana spells or 3 mana spells. It being able to cast 1 mana spells is fine enough. It can cast Lightning Bolt. It can cast Thoughtseize. It can cast all of these good 1 mana spells. Path to Exile. Swords to Plowshares. All of these good 1 mana spells. Anyway, I may as well just keep it in. Lava Spike. This is one of the only pure burn spells. Sure, it can hit a Planeswalker, and it does on occasion, but it is in the cube because it is a 1 mana, 3 damage, target player. Red starts off really aggressively with creatures, but their creatures tend to peter out, whereas whites get better. So if you're in red and aggro, the way you usually get around that is either by having a very wide board or having direct damage to end the game. Caravan Harrier. Another 1 mana 2/1 with upside. If you've got 2 extra mana, you may as well attack with a robot. That's all I'm saying. Urabrask. It's 4 mana, legendary creature, and it helps support storm style plays. Every time you cast an instant or sorcery, you deal damage right away, and you get a bit of a refund on that mana. I have never flipped it in this cube, and you never really have to. You can, certainly, and it's got a backside that has a lot of text on it, but even just playing the front side by itself is very, very good for what this cube wants. It's a 4 mana 4 for a first strike without all of the other text words. It's crazy. Embereth Shieldbreaker. This is a card any higher power cube should use. It's kind of a dinky little creature, but it has a 1 mana destroy artifact spell on it. So it gets rid of, Soul Rings and Moxen and all kinds of stuff in powered environments. In my environment, it gets rid of some of the slower... Jesus. Hold on. Anyway, to finish up the Embereth Shieldbreaker, absolutely. This is a card that just has... Both of its sides are mediocre at this point, but them being stapled together means that this is a 2-for-1 card in whatever deck wants to run it. Broadside Bombardiers. 3 mana 2/2, Menace Haste, and gives you a sacrifice outlet that lets you start popping things, including people's faces. Card shouldn't have been printed. That's all I'm going to say. Speaking of cards that shouldn't have been printed, Inti, Shenasel of the Sun. 2 mana, 2/2, that when you attack, it doesn't have to be Inti. You discard a card, which might be reanimated. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on your attacking creature. It gains trample. And then when you discard those cards, you get a card refund that you can use that turn. Until your next end step. Right, because it's that good. Speaking of, here's Darcy, another person from that lair. That raised foil lair. Again, looks fantastic. And can help churn through your deck really, really fast. Get you right where you need to be. Alright. Layla, the Blade Reforged. This is one of those cards that shouldn't have existed, but since it does exist, it's very, 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 very good. It's everything your 3 mana red drops need to be. This attacks as a 3 mana 3/3 on the turn it comes into play. It's pretty good. But it also gives you the ability to play more cards. And assuming you're able to put other cards into exile, it can get really, really big. Also, you'll see that a bunch of those cards have been legendary too. I haven't been putting it out there, but for a lot of these creatures, the legendary part does matter as well. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I don't want to run Kiki Jiki, not because I hate the Kiki Jiki Pestermite combo, but because it's a big ask for it's a big ask of a fast environment. You've got to play 2 5-mana creatures in red that are kind of dinky and stupid, and then you've got to play Pestermite, which is just an okay card in blue. Well, they came out with a new Pestermite, which is slightly better, and Kiki Jiki's still a bit slow for what it does. And then you've got Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which gives you a lot of value before flipping into your Kiki Jiki, the Mirror Breaker. Sorry, reflection of Kiki Jiki. So it gives you that ability to do busted things, but on a much better front side. Fable the Mirror Breaker is a much stronger card than Kiki Jiki the Mirror Breaker ever could be. Lightning Bolt, nothing to say except look at this art from one of the original Secret Lairs. Unholy Heat. I should get a fancier copy, but this is the version I have. Rabblemaster. This card's back to being Goblin Rabblemaster. It has at times been the Squee King card, the Squee Monarch of whatever in it hand, just because it's legendary. But Rabblemaster just does things faster. So, Rabblemaster it is. And the card is split, so I gotta actually replace that sleeve. Bitter Reunion is a surprisingly good card. It's your what is that card called? The 2 mana sorcery speed, discard a card, draw 2 cards. You get those in almost every set. But the fact that this one sticks around on an enchantment that can then give creatures you control haste is so good. You bid a Reunion, you pitch a reanimate target, or a trash for treasure target, if you're going to stick in mono red. The very next turn, you play that trash for treasure, or you reanimate, your what have you, and then you crack this and it can attack right away. So good. A little bit of FOMO, fear of missing out, discard a card, then draw a card, so it helps you filter. And then if you get Delirium, you get 2 combat phases. Very good. Goblin Bombardment, best one of these enchantments they have ever made. Free sacrifice outlet that can deal 1 damage not only to people's faces, but to creatures if you have to. We've talked about this a little bit in other colors, but here it is. Underworld Breach. This is mostly in here to enable combos. You play with the Lotus Petal. You play with the what is it called? Brain Freeze. Fitting. You play with the Lotus Petal. You play with the Brain Freeze. You play with all these things and do unfair things coming out of the yard. But even played semi-fairly, this is a way in red to get things out of your yard. You can play Underworld Breach fairly, play a couple spells again, like a Lightning Bolt or a Lava Strike or what have you, and all of a sudden your opponent's dead. Atali, Primal Conqueror. This is in here for a couple of reasons. One, it's a big dino that likes to steal things, and it's just fun. But two, it's not in here yet. You will see that it's missing in the list. But I absolutely am planning on buying a sneak attack for this cube. And when I get that sneak attack, this is going to be sneak attack target number 1. This could be a big dragon, but I think that the 7-mana 7/7 trample dino that steals a spell from your opponent and a spell from yourself and gets to cast them is just something that is so gross. Kellen, Planar Trailblazer. Yet another 1-mana 2/1 with nothing but upside. It's also a human. Could matter. And there's Trash for Treasure. I think that's the last card. Yep. So this card is iconic. Sacrifice an artifact to return an artifact into play. Love the card. Love the ability. And I even use it as inspiration for one of my YouTube series called Trash for Treasure, where I turn a pile of bulk cards into a cube for you. Anyway. Self-plug aside. This card is very good at turning things like clue tokens into something real. I'm gonna re-sleeve that Rebel Master after everything's all said and done. Maybe I'll change it out. Alright, now we're into green. Once again, I'm gonna shuffle so that our card discovery is completely random. Okay, so we're going to start with Birthing Ritual. Birthing Pod, but slightly weirder. That said, I do like the templating that they went with on this. You get to look at the top 7 cards of your library. As long as you control a creature, you get to look at the top 7 cards of your library. Then, you can see if there's any hits that'll be coming. And if there is, you can sacrifice a creature to pod it. Your creature goes up by 1. In a 40-card format, if you play this on 2, that means you'll have had 2 draws. So 7 cards plus 2 is 9. That's 31. You are seeing about a quarter of the rest of your deck the first time you knock this if you go Elf into Birthing Ritual. So, the card is very good. I wouldn't use it in things like Commander, 100-card singleton. No. But if you're able to drop this on 2, you're probably going to win that game because every single turn, you're looking at a quarter of your deck and seeing if there's a better creature. Doesn't even have to necessarily be an upgrade. Because I think, yeah, X or less. So, doesn't even necessarily have to be a mana upgrade. All it has to do is make the cut for, oh, I've already used this creature's ability. Maybe I want this other creature now too. Prime Time. So good it's still banned in EDH, which means that this card is not nearly as expensive as it should be. I'd probably collect at least one if you're into Commander. Just saying. I can see this coming off the list at some point. Anyway, as it stands, lands do have a place in this cube. I've got a lot of very specific lands that I want to be playing, including Field of the Dead, including the aforementioned Merit Lage land. So, being able to pull out any 2 lands and put them on the field, on enter, and on attack, means that this card is just going to get value. Nature's Rhythm, one of a few ways in green to pay a ton of mana and to get yourself a creature. Green is going to have a lot of mana just based on the color identity, and sometimes you just need places to park it. Nature's Rhythm is one of them. Search for X or less, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle, and then you can play it from the grave later. Green Sun Zenith, literally the same thing, just a bit better and a lot more expensive. Search your library for a green creature card with mana value X or less, so you're paying 1 mana less for the ability. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. And then you shuffle Green Sun Zenith into its owner's library, so you get the ability to take this again and again and again. And it's never come up, but if you're into a bit of a stalled game where you're just milling off the top, this card being cast every turn will mean you never deck yourself. Growing Rites of Itlimoc, one of what will be 2 Gaia's Cradles in this cube. ETB, get yourself a small creature. End of turn, if you have a bunch of small creatures, it turns into a cradle. Not much to write home about. Good card. Turns into a great card. Eternal Witness. Rebuy something. There's not much to say. The fact that it's a 3-mana 2/1 that people still run in cube should tell you that the effect to just get something back plus have a body on board is very strong. There is an argument to be said that maybe I drop Eternal Witness and get like some kind of a cheap regrowth effect. But then you think about things like the pod, what was it called? Birthing Ritual, where I play this on 3. I get something back from the yard that I want to have. End of turn. I sacrifice this to Ritual, and I get a 4-mana card. Like, because it's a creature, even though it's kind of a shitty creature, but because it is a creature, it means that you can search for it with things like Green Sun Zenith and the other one that has Harmonize. You can pod it with actual factual Birthing Pod or that Birthing Ritual card. It does a lot with very few words. It's one of the more elegant designs in Cube. Craterhoof. I bought this Secret Lair because I wanted to support kids' hospitals. I hate that this is the art that's in my cube. I don't mind silly. I really don't. But I wish I had a better hoof to put here. It's hard to justify spending the money on it when this does just fine. You know, asking me to spend 20 or 30 bucks on a better art of Craterhoof, it's a bit of an ask. If I open one in any of the products that I open, I might just sell this one and put the other one in here because I did support the charity, but I don't necessarily need to keep showing off that I supported it, and I'll sell this and I'll get a better one for me. The Great Henge. Speaking of which, if and when I have infinity money from my game store, this is going to become the party tree. But as it is right now, it's the Great Henge. Costs X less to cast, so it can go down to as low as green, adds green, it gives you life, puts a counter on a creature, and draws a card. Like, this card just has all of the words on it. Ice-Till Explorer. This is your newest version of... What is that card called? The 3-mana artifact. Crucible. This is your newest creature, Crucible. It is a 4-mana, 2/4 that lets you play extra lands and them out of your graveyard. Like, it gives you... Plus, when land enters, you mill. Green likes having things in its own graveyard because it does things with those cards. Bristly Bill. I clocked this as a busted card way before the rest of Magic did. Obviously, people didn't think it was bad. Nobody's going to think that Bristly Bill is a bad card. But it was still super affordable when I bought one for the cube. And it's not now. I think last time I checked, it was like $40. Which, I mean, let's be real. We're all adults with jobs. It's just hard to say that I want $40 for a single piece of cardboard. So anyway, I picked this up fairly cheap. I want to say it was under $10 when I bought it. Landfall, put a counter on a thing, pay a bunch of mana, double the counters. Not to mention, we've got double land drops on creatures, we've got double fetches, and this can turn a stalled board state into a winning one, like that. Sentinel of the Nameless City is a 3-mana 3/4 Vigilant card that gives you some map tokens, which aren't really important. What I really like here is I think that this is my single 3-mana aggressively statted creature in green. I might be wrong, I might have another one, but I'm pretty sure that all of the rest of them are fairly weak. Okay, it's not the only one. There's one more that we haven't come to yet. But for the most part, they're fairly weak. Because they do something powerful, like the Eternal Witness. You know, it's a 3-mana 2/1. You play that to get something back from the yard. You're not playing that because you want something on 3 mana to protect your bot from everybody else. The fact that this is Vigilant, ETB make a map token, and then if they don't kill it, it can attack as a 3/4 while still being a 3/4 blocker and also making that map token. Really love to see it. It might be worth a dive to see if there's possibly a better fit for me with more synergies that I have in the cube than this. But just having that 3-mana 3/4 is something that is important enough to me that I'm pretty happy with this card. Coco, speaking of which, this gets 2 cards with converted mana cost 3 or less each. It's not total. Sometimes they do total, but this is the original wording, so it is... You could get 2 3-drops with it if you get lucky. And it's an instant speed, so you hold this up, you play around counterspells, you play around board wipes, you just have 4 mana, and you can possibly get up to 6 mana of value at instant speed. Dryad Arbor. I legitimately added this into the cube today. I was doing my write-up for the long-form video and getting ready for this stream, and I realized I had a couple cards set aside for the next cube update, and Dryad Arbor is one of them. It's a forest, so it can be fetched, and it's a creature that you can sacrifice. So, absolutely. The one thing that has held me back in the past is when it looks too much like a tree. And I think that this card does a good job of straddling that line. At first glance, you could be like, yeah, that's a forest. But in this cube, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. Because my basics are the John Avon unhinged basics that got reprinted in Double Masters. So, if you got this sitting next to this, you know that something funky's going on. Next up, Noble Hierarch. Not quite as good as a Birds of Paradise, but it does a good enough job, and it's got that Exalted. And before you ask, yes, Ignoble Hierarch is in here too. Quirion Beastcaller is an aggressively statted elf, 2-mana 2/2, that gets bigger as you play creatures. Is that something Green wants to do? I think it is. Vengevine. This guy's come in and out and in and out. Its stats are okay. The stats are just okay. But the fact is, when you cast a spell, if it's the second creature spell you cast this turn, you can return it from the graveyard to the battlefield. So late in the game, you draw a Llanowar Elf. You say go. Then the next turn, you draw something else dinky. You play that Llanowar Elf, you play that other dinky thing, and Vengevine comes roaring onto the yard, ready to attack again. Natural Order. Speaking of things that Dryad Arbor loves to meet, it's Natural Order. I had the original one from Portal. That's worded very terribly. That was my... Sorry. That's not the original. That's my original. My original version from Portal. It is beat to shit. but it's mine. And I had that in the cube for a long time. But then you would have to kind of describe what the card actually wants to do. You would either tell people to go online and look it up, or you'd be like, yeah, that just says sacrifice a green creature card to go look for a green creature card, whatever. When this came out, even though, again, I don't really love the Future Sight frame, but when this version came out, it is so clean to read that I couldn't not use it. Frenzied Baloth is another new thing. It's a 2-mana, 3/2, trample, haste, can't be countered, creature spells you control can't be countered, combat damage can't be prevented. This is new Questing Beast. Speaking of, there's old Questing Beast. You saw me shuffle. You saw me shuffle. It just so happens that when you're talking cards a lot, sometimes they pop in. This is the version that is not Oil Slick. I don't remember what it's called. But this was a secret lair that had a very fancy foiling pattern. So I bought the whole lair. And for a little bit, all of the creatures of the lair were in. This is the Sole Survivor, if I'm not mistaken. And it has a bunch of words. So, this Questing Beast is a book. And believe it or not, it's actually, I think, the worst green 4-drop I have in the cube right now. But it's a 4-mana 4/4. It's haste. It's vigilant. It can't be blocked by dinky things. And it has Planeswalker Overrun. I mean, what else could you ask for in green as a 4-drop? Conduit of Worlds. Here's another Crucible that plays from the graveyard, but can also cast your spells from the grave as long as you haven't cast spells. Sure, it means that you can't cast another spell, but if you're using this card to get spells out of your yard, it's because the spell in your yard is the best thing possible, or it's because you're playing off the top of your deck. Once upon a time, it's free. That's it. If the card wasn't free, it wouldn't be played. If the card wasn't free, it wouldn't be banned. Again, you're going to see roughly a tenth of your deck without mulligans. Okay, maybe like a eighth of your deck without mulligans. You get this in your start, it's free. It's free. It fixes whatever you need. If you've got a bunch of creatures, you need some mana, it's mana. If it's not, you don't. You get a creature. It's free. Tireless Tracker. Do love the Nils Ham artwork. I'd have it on more cards if I could. 3-mana, 3/2. Land enters, investigate. When you sacrifice a clue, make it bigger. And here is Crazy Birthing Pod. I'm not actually a fan of this art style. I like it because I got it in the Countdown kit, I think. I think that's where this came from. And I opened it, and it's foil, and it's pretty, and it's mine. But I would replace it. Again, it just runs into the Craterhoof Behemoth problem, which is I'd have to buy an expensive card to replace this one with, and then sell this card. Money's a lot easier when it goes the other way. I could pull these cards out right now and sell them and wait for them to sell, but I also like having my cube in a playable state, even though this cube hasn't been played in a hot minute. Hexdrinker, the best green aggro creature. It's a 1-mana 2/1 snake. That's it. You give it some love, it's now protection from instants, which are basically all the removal spells that my cube runs anyway. And it's a 4/4. And then you give it some more love, a lot more love, and it's got protection from everything. Best aggressive green 1-drop ever. Speaking of, Tyvar Stand. This is your Tamiyo Safekeeping with upside. Whatever creature you say for 1 green mana, don't have to pay X. X can be 0. Protects it. Hexproof and indestructible. Mwah, beautiful. But can also be a pump spell for if you're about to kill somebody. Very modal on 1 piece of cardboard. Innkeeper's Talent. This is your green version of Luminarch Aspirant. for 1 mana extra investment, you make your things way harder to kill. And then, if you've got the mana to sink into it, it becomes a doubling season. Well, not a doubling season. The creature-only version. Llanowar Elves is Llanowar Elves. Art is good art. Springheart 9 and 2 go. Again, it gives you that nice landfall trigger of making insects or copies of whatever creature you've got. You can put this on a Dryad Arbor and kind of go off a bit. The problem is Dryad Arbor is a creature, so it has summoning sickness, but the idea is still solid. You can target whatever thing you want and just continually make copies of it. Now let's throw back to that Old-Tech Matterweaver. And you find an artifact that you like, and you put this on an artifact creature. Like, say, I don't know, let's pick something stupid, like Sad Robot. You put this on a Solemn Simulacrum. You pay 2 when you play the land. It fetches you another basic. It makes you a Sad Robot. Then you play a creature spell, and the Old-Tech Matterweaver copies the Sad Robot, fetches you another basic, and as they all die, your hand gets full of cards. Like, this makes token copies of whatever, but even on mediocre things, for 2 mana, you can't beat it. And it always has a fail case of making an insect. 5 mana Vorinclex. Again, it does have a backside. The backside does something, but it's here because it's a 5 mana, 6/6, sneaky reach, look for 2 forests. The front side by itself would be enough of a magic card for me to run. But it's also got an entire backside that is a whole storybook. And there, for those people who were looking, here's your green utility land, Boseiju Who Endures. I can't believe I forgot this was my green land. I thought I didn't have one. But, yep. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or non-basic. Very, very cheap to activate. Gilded Goose. Gilded Goose is a semi-Birds of Paradise, but with a bit of a twist. The very next turn, you could make the mana like a Birds of Paradise, like you always could. But then it's kind of shut off. Except, it can also make those food tokens itself. So, later in the game, you can start piling up food tokens. If you need the life, you can sacrifice those food tokens to life. If you want to animate those tokens, which we've seen a few ways to do that now, you can animate those tokens. If you have some other master plan to do with overwhelming your opponent with just the amount of things they have to keep in their head, the Gilded Goose can help get you there. Haywire Might, the cleanest one of these I have ever seen. 1 mana, 1/1. When it dies, you gain 2 life, and can kill itself to exile non-creature artifacts or enchantments. Kona, another recent ad. When I decided to go whole hog with the blue 3 mana spell. When I decided to go all in on the show and tell deck, having access to Omniscience, I knew I needed at least one other way for Omniscience to not be a dead card. Kona was it. But even without Omniscience, this card can get you some insane value. And all you have to do is turn on a vehicle or station a planet or a spacecraft or, what have you. Very, very good card. Can be activated on its very first turn if you've set up beforehand and can just cheat out something that will win you the game. Pest Infestation is a very new ad. I actually was not excited to add it, but after much talking in the community, I was told that I should absolutely put this card in here. So, untested, I've heard that it's excellent. I have nothing to say about it. There it is, Ignoble Hierarch. It's a noble hierarch, except it's ignoble. And between the two of them, you get access to all of the colors. And they both have Exalted. Titania, Voice of Gaia. Now we get to talk about a special thing. In here, in my token box, right behind some of the very early tokens, like the Monarch and emblems and stuff, are two bonus cards that we're going to talk about. And I will be pulling out one of them now. Argoth, Sanctum of Nature. These two cards go together. Originally, I had them in the cube as two separate draftable cards. However, they do not come together. Let me pull the rest of these green cards off to the side for now. They almost never come together. I have never fired this cube as a pot of 8. It's always been 4 or less, so you're only seeing half of the cube anyway. And even when you do, somebody might grab this because it's a 3-mana 3/4 with reach. And they might just grab it because of that. So what I did is with this card and an upcoming card is I said, okay, Titania is the draftable card. If you draft Titania, I will give you Argoth, because it's still very hard to make the two of these come into play and then trigger the ability. And I think if you get that far, you deserve the flip card. So I did cheat a little bit. It's never cheating in your own cube. It's just making up different rules. So I said, anybody who plays Titania because they want Titania gets a free Argoth. They don't have to play it. They could play Titania just because they want a 3/4 with reach. Something to mention about Argoth really quick is look at this. You control a legendary green creature. So even still, we're talking about legendary being important. This can make bear tokens and mill some cards. So the Argoth itself isn't bad, and that's why I used to run it as a draftable land, because even as a draftable land outside of the Titania, this is a pretty decent card. But now that we're a little higher power, I've got 2 meld sets. Wonder if you can guess the other one. I've got 2 sets of meld cards that can happen, and both sets I have their secondary card off to the side, available for once you draft it. Alright, going back to finishing green, we've got Titania. Looks a little familiar. 5/3 ETB, bring a land back from the grave. And when a land you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, make a 5/3 elemental creature. So this Titania is very good for a very different reason. It gives you an army of trees. Wrenn and Realmbreaker fixes your mana. It's another one of those 3-mana kind of tempo-based creatures. It gives you, as a +1, it turns one of your lands into a creature that can protect it, that also has vigilance, so you can get in with it. And then assuming you're able to ultimate it, which again, your opponent is being put under a lot of pressure to try to stop the ults. And if you're able to ultimate it, you then get an emblem that lets you play lands and cast permanents from your grave. So as long as your stuff's not being exiled, you can just play it again and again and again. Next up, we got an old border, Starfoil Scooz. Not much to say. It's a 2-mana 2/2 with no other synergies except it robs the grave and gets bigger. Lotus Cobra in a cube that runs double fetch. Lotus Cobra is nutty. Because outside of... Hold on a second. Okay, sorry about that. Because outside of just pure ramp spells, playing this on 2 and saying pass leaves your opponent in a really rough spot. Do they waste one of their premium removal spells on a 2-mana 2/1 that seems kind of dinky? If they know what they're doing, they should. Because you play a land. Let's say you play a fetch land. Very next turn. This triggers. You crack the fetch land. You get a shock. Shock yourself. This triggers again. Now you have the 3 mana that you would have otherwise had, plus 2 additional lands. Very, very good card. Utopia Sprawl. Here's one of those other ways of the ramp that I was mentioning. It does have to target a forest, which is a downside, but I kind of wanted green to be the color of fixing. I have a full suite of talismans and signets, one each color pair. There's a difference between talisman and signet. I will go back to those someday, but right now this is just a mix. Anyway, but other than that, green wants to be your fixing color. You've got your Birds of Paradise, you've got the Utopia Sprawl that you can see here, you've got the other stuff. If you want to be playing like 4 or 5 color good stuff, obviously you're going to be in green, but you're going to be leaning on green to do the fixing for you. And then there it is, last but not least, ever, Birds of Paradise. Again, this came from a secret lair that had a lot of this classic art style to it, so I just had to get it, and there you go. It is a new border, old art, Birds of Paradise. Okay. Next, we're into the multicolored stuff. And then we've got artifacts and lands. Alright, let me give this one a quick shuffle, because I don't want everything to pop up as it is. I could have sorted this by color pair, for the most part, and talked about what color pair is doing, but I think that because I don't use gold as signposts anymore, at least in this cube, just seeing good color pair stuff is going to speak for itself. So first, we're going to start with the 1-mana Planeswalker, Deathrite Shaman. I think this is the coolest looking version. It came from a secret lair that I bought because I needed a Deathrite Shaman anyway, and this is just my favorite version of the card. It does everything. Again, this is a double fetch environment, so either you or your opponent are going to have lands for it to exile, and then as the game goes along, you get a little bit more value. You can hit their reanimate target, you can hit their reanimate spells or whatever they're trying to do, and it all came on a 1-mana body. Next is Psychic Frog, one of the biggest design mistakes of the past couple of years. This frog does everything. If you're running Reanimate, it pitches the card. If you're not, it still pitches the card and gives you +1/+1 counters. It's very hard to kill in creature combat. You exile some cards out of your graveyard to give it flying, and you get all those cards back because it's going to be dealing damage to your opponent every turn. If this is a 1/2 going against a 1/2, they're not going to block because their 1/2 is going to die unless they really need that 1/2 alive. So, yeah, here you go. Big old Frogus. I'd like the fancy version because this frog is never leaving the cube. If this frog leaves the cube, things have gone horribly wrong at Wizards. Saheeli, Sublime Artificer. There is an argument to be said to use the new from Brothers of War, the 2-mana creature that makes creatures when you cast non-creatures instead. The one that's an actual creature as well. But I still like having Saheeli. She's got this -2, which can become relevant. So you spit out these servo artifact creature tokens, and then, your opponent kind of ignores Saheeli, because what's she doing? She's spitting out dudes. And then all of a sudden you hit the -2 out of nowhere, and one of your servos has turned into a Sundering Titan. No, I don't even run that in the cube, but my head blanked for a minute. Anyway. Flame of Anor. Again, this is one of my other kindred spells that are actually still here, because there are enough wizards in blue and red, just naturally, that you should be getting 2 of these as long as you're playing creatures. If you're not playing creatures, well, then you only get 1. But if you are playing creatures, drawing 2 cards, destroying an artifact, or dealing 5 damage to target creature are all very good things to be doing. Tenuk, Memorial Ensign. As you can tell, very new ad. When a land you control enters, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. If this is the second time the ability is resolved, draw a card. So if after you play this, you play a fetch land, you get to deal 2 damage, and then you get to draw a card. Plus it's a 3-mana 2/4. The stats aren't bad. We have a Jellybean, Omnath, Locus of Creation. I don't want my players to be doing 5-color good stuff. If they do 5-color good stuff and feel comfortable, I have failed as a designer. And the way I keep that down is by having the threat from combo and the threat from aggro keeping the pressure down, so that if they try doing 5-color good stuff, they might get beat to shit. But I don't want it to be never. I think in an ideal world where I'm drafting this cube every week, I think once a month I want one person to try it. So I have to give little breadcrumbs. And this jelly bean is bananas. If you ever played it in Standard or in Pioneer, this jelly bean does so much. First thing it does is it replaces itself, so you're never even down cards. And then, land enters, you gain 4 life. If it's the second time, you get 4 mana. If it's the third time, it's 4 damage to your opponent's face. So, they play the jelly bean, you have to answer it, or you're going to lose. But if they feel comfortable playing the jelly bean, that means that you need to be in a position where you're doing something against them. If my opponent say plays this jelly bean on 4, and I'm in a control deck, and I counter it or kill it, they are way off tempo, right? Even if it enters, and then I kill it in response to the enter the battlefield trigger, so they don't even draw the card until after I've killed it, they still paid 4 mana to draw a single card. That's not good. If I counter it, it's even worse. They paid 4 mana to do nothing. And then if you're aggro, if they feel comfortable playing a 4 mana 4/4 onto the board while you have a swarm full of dudes, you should be able to get there. Because then you have that, you have that 1, you have that 2, you have that 3. Maybe you went first, you have that 4. You turn all the man sideways, Omnath eats one of them, and then you have some burn out of hand. Or you have a combat trick. You have a Embercleave. But I want someone to live the dream. I want someone to do 4 or 5 color good stuff and play this jelly bean and get stupid value out of it and leave that draft night with a losing record and a smile on their face. Sir Vondum, Sunstar Exemplar. 2 mana 2/2, Vigilant Menace. When another creature you control dies or is put into exile, this thing gets bigger and you gain a life. And then when it dies or is put into exile, while its power is 4 or greater, you get to destroy something from your opponent's side. So they kind of have to prioritize killing this 2 mana card, which by itself also has very good stats. Being Vigilant and Menace means it's hard for another mid-range style opponent to just get past it. Plus, being in the colors that have a lot of self-sacrifice, maybe you even self-sacrifice before you go in. It attacks as a 3/3 with Vigilance and Menace. You're going to get to trade your way. Lutri, the Spell Chaser. One of a handful of companions in this cube. Why am I running Lutri? It's free. Whoever opens this pack can get Lutri. I agree. This cube is for very, very, very powerful things. And Lutri is a very, very, very powerful otter. It's a dual-caster mage that you don't have to pay for. Well, you do have to pay for it, but you don't have to put it in your deck. You have a 41-card deck with a single card sitting outside the game that you can get at any time. My very first deck in Ikoria draft was a Lutri deck, and it trophied because Lutri's that good. Obviously, the companion rule has changed since then, but it's still a very good card, and it costs nothing. Well, it costs mana. You have to go off tempo to get it into your hand, but it costs nothing of you as a deck constructor. It's cube. You're going to have nothing but Singleton. Grist, the Hunger Tide. Here's a planeswalker that was slept on for a long, long time. Because it's a 3-mana, tempo-based planeswalker. In your deck, or in your graveyard, this is a creature. It's not a planeswalker till it hits the board. So you can search for it with Creature Search, like the Green Sun Zenith. You can pull this out with the Green Sun Zenith. Isn't that nutty? You could reanimate this with Unearth. Isn't that insane? And then you just +1. You're never going to mill an insect. I don't run insects in this cube. Doesn't matter. It's -2, lets you destroy creatures or planeswalkers, killing those insects that you already been building up anyway. And then -5, just it exists. But the biggest selling point on this is a creature. It's a planeswalker, but it's a creature. There we go. Stained glass Little Tef. Oh, Little Tef. You and I have a very complicated relationship. This shuts down your opponents from doing anything fun. If they are trying to storm off, they can't respond to themselves, and they can't respond to your counterspell. You can cut them off at the knees, and they can't do anything about it. It gives you instant speed, regular board wipes. You don't have to just use the one. Any color pair can use this. This Teferi is a problem, and if it's obviously, as most planeswalkers do, it's unanswered, it's a problem. But this is unanswered, it's a problem as a planeswalker that doesn't even have an ultimate. It's got a static, which is broken beyond belief, and its -3 is +2 card advantage. You bounce something of this to their hand, and you get to draw a card. And then we have to talk about Selesnya. Selesnya in cube sucks. Selesnya in cube sucks. King Darien, the friggin' whatever, 48th, I think, if I'm reading that correctly, but it's been a long time since I learned Roman numerals. So King Darien, the 48th, is a 3-mana 2/3 that is just an anthem. It also can get slightly bigger and make a dude. It can sacrifice itself to give tokens you control hexproof and indestructible. Very cool. It's kind of the best of the worst. I wonder if I can do this without doxing myself, because I kind of want to do something on stream right now. We go to Scryfall, and then if we press this button, I think we can go to, where is the Firefox capture with Cam? Yep, there we go. Perfect. So, we're going to open up, you know what, I have Scryfall open because it's what people are used to, but I'm actually going to go through Cube Cobra. Let's go to top cards for type creature. Color equals white, green. What do we have? Siegehorn Ceratops. A 2-mana 2/2 that when it's dealt damage, put some counters on it. That's pretty good. I'm going to be honest, that's pretty good. We have the new Zuko, which is Reese the Redeemed. So Reese the Redeemed, again, makes tokens. Pretty cool. The very next thing that's not Universes Beyond is a 2-mana 2/2 with just Persist. Let's go over that again. Siegehorn Ceratops is a 2-mana 2/2 that when it survives damage, gets bigger. Reese the Redeemed is a 1-mana Elf Warrior that makes tokens. And then we have a 2-mana 2/2 with Persist. Selesnya in cube sucks. Anyway, back to what I was doing. So King Darien is in here because it has some advantages over those generic things. The Persist creature that we looked at is only in there because of things that break Persist. They break the parity of Persist. King Darien is a little bit more exciting. It is a legendary. It gives things a buff, and it has an activated ability, which is not nothing. It's kind of a best of the worst. Like, what would I rather have? I'm pretty sure I'm already running Reese in this list. I am. So, I'm already running Reese the Redeemed in the list anyway. Like, what am I supposed to do? I could run nothing. That is actually an option. But if I'm going to run something in the slot, you got to just make a call sometimes. Prime Speaker Vannifar. Not the most exciting Simic card, but you know what it is? It's a birthing pod. I love birthing pods. I really do. They let you build your deck in such a way that you can kind of pick the perfect creatures at the perfect mana cost for the perfect time. Prime Speaker Vannifar is a reusable birthing pod on a stick. There's Atraxa. Do I think you're casting this for 7 mana? No. This card is here to cheat. There are enough ways to cheat with it in green, in blue, in black, and even in red. No. There will be a way in red. There isn't a way now. This is the ultimate cheat target. In some ways, it's better than Grizzle Daddy. In others, it's obviously not. But if you can cheat this Atraxa into play, you get a bunch of cards off the top. Plus, it's got 4 amazing keywords on an awesome body. Hey, look. Here's another card that completely broke constructed formats. Lurrus of the Dreamed End. It's a companion. This one has more of an ask than Lutri, because Lutri wasn't asking anything. This just says, hey, are you an aggro deck? Be aggro. Brings the aggro stuff back from the grave. It's one more way to refill when you're just running out of time. Murderous Redcap. When it enters the battlefield, it is damage equal to its power to any target with Persist. So I lied. I didn't remember I had Persist in the gold section. This is an infinite combo with Yogg. And not only is it infinite, it can do it and also kill your opponent. Best card to pair with him. Baleful Strix is just an excellent card. 2 mana 1/1 Flying Death Touch, ETB draw card. Dimir surprisingly can be a little tough to fill in the cube section too. Plus this is an artifact creature, it matters. Uro, part of the broken year of Simic. ETB, gain 3 life, draw a card, and then you can just keep coming back from the grave. Fourth Aerolingus. I literally bought this last night at my pre-release. I was playing my pre-release. I finished a part of the pre-release pretty early. So what did I do? I went to the counter and I bought myself a fourth Aerolingus. For the same reason as the other card. This card used to be expensive, and now it's just fine. Super easy to get. Again, I've seen it do work in Vintage Cube. The card is cracked. I'm just happy to have it. And the opposite, Swiftblade Vindicator. This is the last holdout of my Equipment Matters in Boros sub-theme. As you can see, it is the perfect body to put equipment on. Double Strike, Vigilance, and Trample means any piece of equipment is going so far. You put a sword on this guy, he's doing stupid things. You put Cauldra, whatever. It's nuts. But by itself, it's not actually a very strong card. I could put a different Boros card in here, but I've already got 2 of the more recent busted Boros cards in here. You'll see the other one coming up soon. So I feel okay that this is a bit of a lower power, more thematic card. Fourth Aerolingus, an amazing card to play, and kind of steal a game with. But if you put a Sword of Fire and Ice on one of those human knights, it's just a 4/4. This becomes a 3/3 double strike trample vigilance, and it also has the effect of the sword twice. Cranial Ram, to go along with this artifact theme we've got. This is just, hey, you got a bunch of artifacts anyway. How do you feel about doming your opponent? Kitchen Finks, the other Persist I've got. This is the opposite of the Murderous Redcap. It does the same idea, though. It's an infinite combo with your Yawgmoth, this time with white or green, so you need a second color. And ETB gain 2 life. You gotta pay 1 life to activate Yogg. Comes back to life. You gain 2 life. You activate Yogg. Like, you get these infinites going. And there's the other one, if you were looking. Urza and his Might Stone. Let me do this and pull these cards back so we don't spoil. So just like Titania, you have Urza, the Might Stone and the Weak Stone. This card is good enough to play by itself. So I could, and I have, had that be draftable all by itself. But that meant that the Urza player never got it. So just like with Titania, I said, if you draft Urza, you get access to this. You don't have to play it. If you want to play Urza and not play the Might Stone and the Weak Stone, by all means. But I want to give the player who's going into Urza anyway the chance to have the dream happen. So, the Might Stone and the Weak Stone, just like Argoth, sits in my token bin and comes alive for if a person drafts Urza. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming. We have Dad Teferi. One of my more favorite versions of Teferi. Both the card effects and this art. I am a stay-at-home dad of 2, and I love that job very, very dearly. My kids are frustrating as hell, but also the most important thing in the world to me. And I love that Teferi is here with, is it Niambi? I don't remember her name. And she's hanging out with his wife, too, and they're just having a good time before Teferi's whole universe went to shit. And then, as for the card, this is possibly my favorite Planeswalker they have ever printed. I'm still on 3 copies of it in Pioneer Control, because even though people have started cutting it to be a little bit leaner, I just need to have my security blanket. +1, draw a card, untap, 2 lands. And that's why 2 mana was important earlier. 2 mana is a breakpoint for Teferi, because if you play this on 5 and untap 2 lands, you want to have some kind of protection for Teferi available with just 2 mana. So the fact that you might play this and you're going to hold a counter spell for their kill spell, but they don't play a kill spell, so you need something else to do with that 2 extra mana, crack a clue. Play that the matter, whatever it was, from the blue side. Do something else with that mana. That way you're really getting your money's worth. And then, yeah, I have ultimated Teferi more than most, and his ultimate is just another variant of you win the game slowly. If your opponent knows what's up, they'll just concede. If they don't know what's up, it might take them a minute. But when you start exiling their lands, they concede. Okay. Expressive Iteration. Again, we're talking about some of the most busted cards ever made. This is a 2 mana. Look at 3 cards, play 2. You don't play this on 2 mana, you play this on 3. Because you play this for 2 mana, one of those 3 cards is going to be a land. You play that land for free, you put 1 card in your hand, and 1 card goes to the bottom. Boom. Done. Mayhem Devil. Now, hold on just 1 second before we... Mayhem Devil. I hate this card. It's in. You know, when you're making a cube that covers all 5 colors, you need to be hitting archetypes that are not just meant for you. Mayhem Devil should have never been on when a player sacrifices something. It should never have said, deals 1 damage to any target. But this card does say both. It says, when you sacrifice a permanent, it deals 1 damage to any target. So, it's a 3 mana 3/3, which is on rate, with an ability that goes berserk. Such a good card. You can shoot down their board with it. If they've got no board, you can shoot them in the face. Every time they crack a fetch land, they're taking 2 life. Like, it's bonkers how good this little 3 mana uncommon is. And there we go. There's the other Broken Boros card from the past couple of years. Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury. Another one of the Titans. This one's a Lightning Helix. So it ETBs, deal 3 damage to any target, and you gain 3 life. And then it comes out of the grade for 4. And it ETBs, deal 3 damage to any target, gain that much life. And then you have a 6/6 that they have to answer. And if they don't answer, as it attacks, you deal 3 damage to any target, and you gain 3 life. Wrenn and 6. This card is another one of those cards that, for quite a while, was a modern all-star. It does a very, very good job of protecting itself. It's a 2-mana walker, which are broken. The fact that this comes down on 2 is nutty. And the first thing it does is it can ping any of their little guys. Ping, done. So that little guy is gone. Cannot attack the Wrenn and 6. It has 2 loyalty left. And the very next turn, you're running a bunch of fetch lands, right? Return one of those lands to your hand. So you've basically drawn a card with the +1. Get some more lands. Now you play some stuff to protect it. And you just keep going. Every time they play something with 1 health, you kill it. Anytime you're playing a land that you want back, you get it back. Can I interest you to a card called Wasteland? Yeah, that's in the cube. Strip Mine is not. I think that the basics are sacred. I think if you are playing a deck and you're going against Wrenn and 6, you should have access to the basics that you have. So I'm not going to do Strip Mine. But Wasteland is pretty close. Speaking of more broken shit that took over the formats that they were in, here's the hunk himself, Oko, Thief of Crowns. Yeah, what was Wizards thinking? Comes down as a 3 mana, 6 loyalty walker. Because he makes a food token for +2. Which means the very next turn, you can use his ultimate to exchange 2 things. You also can just animate things or shrink things. Somebody plays a 3 mana 6/6 Flage, you can turn it into a 3/3 Elk. You play a 0 mana Rock, you can turn that into a 3/3 Elk. That food token you made last turn, guess what? Elk it up. It just gets so much value turn after turn after turn. Oko needs to be dealt with, or Oko will take over the game. Speaking of which, played Lorwyn last night. New Oko is the same. Very, very, very good in that setting. I don't know if it's that good overall, if it was just good for Lorwyn. So I'm not selling mine yet. I could get it like $11, $12, but I'm going to hold on because I think that this one's going to be broken. The fact is, it comes into play, you +2 to make something all creature types, you +2 to make something all creature types, and then you -6, and all of your things of the named creature type are 3/3, no longer targetable by kill spells, and vigilant. Yeah, pretty good. I think that new 3 mana Oko is pretty broco, but I'm going to wait and see if there's people who are smarter than me that can break it. Speaking of 3 mana must-kill on-site walkers, here's Ashiok. Your opponents can't search their library. Guess what? That means they fetch lands. If they play fetch land and crack it, they've now strip mined themselves. Comes into play with 5 loyalty on 3. It can only go down. We don't have proliferate in the cube anymore. But even still, that's 5 shots of target player milling 4 and then exiling the opponent's graves. The only change I want to make to this card is I want to get the stained glass version. Perfect card. Life and Death. It's funny because this comes in as a Golgari card, but for the most part, let's be real, it's a reanimate card. You can play life. You can turn your dearth of mana into an alpha attack to win, but you don't ever want to expose your lands to that much danger if you don't have to. But Death is just another copy of Reanimate. So Life and Death is in the cube. Behind that, Light of the Reliquary. Great callback, while also being a very solid card on its own. 2 mana, 2/2 Vigilant. Gets +1/+1 for each creature card in the yard. Sacrifice a creature. Search library for a land card. Put on the battlefield tapped. Great, great, great card to go searching for those important cards like oh God, Field of the Dead, or Thespian Stage, Lotus Field, whatever. Very good card to go find the land that you're looking for that will win you the game. Teysa, not in love with this Teysa. I am in love with this art. This, I forget what they called it. The urban whatever art. The fact that it's like Teysa, but like modernish. Love the art. Think that this artist did a fantastic job. I don't have a whole lot of things to do with this Teysa, but it's kind of in that same thing where, what am I putting in Orzhov that is better than this? I'd like it to still be legendary, because that does matter. Actually, since we're there anyway, I may as well do this one more time. And let's look it up. So we're going to change camera one more time to this camera. Cool. And then we're going to look for C equals black white, T equals creature. Lurrus is the first by a mile, but then what's after that? Excuse me? Color equals black white, T, Mr. T. Try again. Yeah, Lurrus is the first by a mile. Then what? Tymna. Pay X life. That is literally a commander cube card, so it's not going to be useful. Lotho is when you cast a spec and sell the turn, you lose a life and create it. That might be worth throwing in. It's legendary. It's a 2-mana card. It can make you tokens on your own turn. This might be worth putting in. I'm surprised to see Ariel up here. I loved her a lot in Dominaria. I even made a Brawl deck when Brawl was standard Brawl around her at the time in paper. Yes, I did. I'm one of the few. Loved her. Surprised to see her this high. Oh, she's 1291. That's not that high. How about Lotho? 13.7. That's pretty decently high. So maybe I pick up one of these guys. Under $10. That's not a big ask. But maybe I get some Lothos and put that in. It keeps the legendary typing and gives you the ability to get treasure tokens. You know what? Okay. So we got that solved. Let's go back to the webcam magic. Okay, so now that we've looked at that, yeah, so Teysa right now, she's in until I change out for Lotho. 4 mana, gives creature tokens some abilities, and if something dying causes a triggered ability to die, it goes an additional time. Did a lot more work when Aristocrats was a mostly supported archetype in this cube, but since Aristocrats is all but extinct, it's kind of out. Priest of the Redeemed, we've already talked about this. The 1-mana Selesnya 1/1 that can make some tokens or copy some tokens. And then Minsc and Boo. Go for the eyes, Boo! Yeah, I'm no voice actor, you can tell. But, again, one of the more broken planeswalkers of all time, continually has a hamster that is ready for action. Very, very good card. Okay, before the final stretch, I am going to get up and hydrate. But this is it. Lands and artifacts, and they are mixed in together because of the way that I shuffle my cube. So this is it. When we come back, I'm just going to get myself a water. Be right back. with no microphone. Oh my god, that whole part. Well, there that goes. I just realized I was recording for some amount of time with no volume on. Well, I'm going to continue from here, and then in the recording, I'm going to have to play back what it was. Like, the Twitch isn't going to matter because I've only got myself watching on right now. But for the YouTube live, I'm sorry for how quiet it's been. And for the people who are watching in the YouTube in the future, I will try to figure out how to get back some of what I've said about these cards. Whether I do it with, like, on-screen text or what have you. I've got to figure something out. I am recording this entire thing. Anyway, what I was saying is Waterlogged Grove is great because it is a pain land, which I want anyway, that also can sacrifice itself to draw a card when you're full of lands. And it's kind of the best of the rest. It's what I had left over after spending so much time and money putting the rest of the mana base together. Overgrown Tomb, Breeding Pool, Nurturing Peatland. Same idea as the other one. It's a green touching land that you can potentially get back. So, happy to have it. Isolated Chapel. This is important because it comes into play untapped, and it is an old border too. At this point, though, if I had infinite money to upgrade everything to my heart's desire, this would be a Verge. Because the entire Verge cycle blows these old check lands out of the water. They always come into play untapped. They always give you access to one color when you play them. And if you're able to turn them online, they give you the second color. Temple Garden, Godless Shrine, Razorverge Thicket. Again, this is one of those kind of points in time where it's kind of best of the rest. I did used to have the Ixalan Manland that lets you like put a counter on something, I think it is. I don't think it's a buff once. I think it's a permanent buff. But unfortunately, or fortunately, what I need is lands that come into play untapped. The environment is very fast, and you just want to be able to react as you're playing things. Watery Grave, Undercity Sewers. Blue-black is one of my control colors, so having my double fetch able to hit a Surveil land is very important. If I ever go to 6 lands per color pair, a full cycle of these is going to be in order. I do have the white-blue one as an option. I just like the fact that the white-blue manland feels better to me. But the Surveil lands are all very strong, and you should have picked them up when they were cheap. Both you watching and me at home. Hallowed Fountain. Meticulous Archive. Oh, I was wrong. I ended up taking out that manland. Wow, I've been talking about it a little bit. Because these are just too strong. Surveil lands, they're typed, so they turn on things that care about type. You can fetch them, and they're like temples, but better. You never want to put a card to the bottom of your deck. You never mind putting a card into your graveyard. Spire of Industry. There are enough artifacts that this basically reads, pay 1 life, have 1 perfect mana. This is a City of Brass, but cheaper. Also, when you're at the end of your life, you can always tap it for colorless. Chrome Mox. When I built this cube, this was my original Chrome. Well, my original Chrome Mox was in here. But since I got the Box of Rocks versions 1 and 2, I got given one of these Chrome Moxes, and I just like the old border. What can I say? Retrofitter Foundry. This is new, again, as of this week. I picked up a couple of cards this weekend, and this is one of them. Again, it was very surprising, because I hadn't had Retrofitter Foundry in here for a long time because of the price. It was like it doesn't matter, like a $5 or a $10 card. But this was sitting in, like, Super bulk. I bought it for less than $1. Full art. Not the greatest, but I don't mind pixel art. And the effect is crazy good. Crazy good. Walking Ballista. No. Heliod is not in this cube, so no, you can't Heliod Ballista. But it's a very good card anyway. The fact that it can put counters on itself, you remove the counters to deal the damage as you need, and then there's also, depending on how well you are at producing mana, there's even possible infinite opportunity. Sure. Great card. Also, it's got that oil slick again. I don't know what this foiling was called, but I like it. It's different. Desert. This came from that OTJ box opening. Again, a very cheap card. So, I had Desert in here way back when this was a creature-based cube. I took it out because it just, who cares? You're dealing 1 damage to attacking a blocking creature. Then I opened this full art version of Desert from OTJ, and I was like, whoa, this is really cool looking. Let me see if it's any good. So I checked on Cube Cobra, and believe it or not, it's pretty good. Especially because it can hit all of those, it can ping all of those little dudes. The problem is they get to hit, but after that, you kill it as a land drop. This is like almost better than Maze of Ith against aggressive decks. Verdant Catacombs, Blood Crypt, Izzet Signet, Steam Vents, Ghost Quarter. For a while, I didn't run Wasteland, and I'm not running Strip Mine because I don't want to hit basics, but you need something to keep the lands in check. You've got the Merit Late. Why do I keep Dark Depths? You've got the Dark Depths. You've got the, well, you can't hit Lotus Field, but you got Thespian Stage you could hit. You got Field of the Dead. You got these lands that have to be answered. So you needed an answer. So I used to run Ghost Quarter, and then the one that everybody knows about because it's been reprinted a million times. Costs 2 mana to activate. And I might still even have that in here. But Ghost Quarter is nice because it puts you down a land, but you get rid of their problem land. So I think that's a fair trade-off. Steam Vents, Blackcleave Cliffs. If you're in red and black, you're probably aggressive. If you're aggressive, you want this on turn 1. Paradise Mantle. Like I was saying, creature decks need a way to make mana. So, hold on one second. All right, I just put my kids down for hopefully the last time. Anyway, Paradise Mantle, excellent equipment for a creature-based deck. It only costs 1 to equip, but that's like layaway because the very next turn you turn that mana into extra mana. Plus, it's a 0 mana artifact, and as we all know, those are never broken, right? Temple Garden, Cauldron Complete. 7 mana, indestructible living weapon, giving the creature +5/+5 for a strike, trample, indestructible, haste, and when it does combat damage to a creature, exile that creature. Cauldron Complete is pretty dang good. Pretty dang good. It's even better if you get it out for 2. Copperline Gorge, again, just having mana that comes out on the first couple of turns untapped is strong enough. Sacred Foundry, Stomping Ground, Bloodstained Mire, Talisman of Impulse, Spellskite. This card has had an interesting history. It's been in my cube for basically its entire life. And at first, one of the cute things you could do was grab a pump spell. Believe it or not, this cube that is now super high power used to be so low enough that pump spells were a legitimate strategy, and having a Spellkite steal them was funny. But now it's basically here as insurance. You play this 2-mana Spellskite, and then if they try to kill your important thing, you pay 2 life to redirect it. Aether Vial. Here's another one of those concessions to the creature decks. You play the Aether Vial on 1. That very turn, you tap the Aether Vial at instant speed, and you get out a 1-drop creature. Untap, upkeep, put a token on it. Right? You can now get 2s and 3s and 4s. It's good to know where to stop, though. Whoever drafts the Aether Vial needs to know where their deck wants to stop. If you've got a few 3s and only 2 4s, maybe you stop at 3. Sure, 4 mana savings is better than 3 mana savings, but this has to be exact. It can't be X or less. It has to be exactly amount of cards. So, great card. Again, former staple in Modern. Not being played anymore because creatures aren't allowed, but yeah, Vial is a very, very strong card. Windswept Heath. Manifold Key. This is kind of in here as a curiosity. It's a 1-mana artifact. 1 and tap it to untap another target artifact. There's a couple of ways you can go mana positive. I don't have the monolith, so you're not doing monolith things with it. But I'm just kind of curious. What can my players do with it? A lot of this cube has been built not just from a designer perspective, but as a player perspective. I want my players to blow my mind. And I think having something like this, where you just untap something randomly, show me what it does. I want you, as the player, to show me what Manifold Key can do. Azorius Signet. Top. Sensei's Divining Top. Again, this is my original. It's got some play to it. And it's just a very good card. You play this event, Sensei's Divining Top, and you know what's coming, and you know when. Speaking of cards from that era that are very good, Umezawa's Jitte. This is a card that basically negates the combat step for at least a couple of creatures. You cannot let...
Do you want me to turn the oven off?
Yes, please. I'm almost done. You cannot let their creature hit you. You need to use your instant speed interaction before they hit with the Jit. Because once they have charge counters on it, you don't need to have a creature. The charge counters on the Jit itself do the effect. So they can make your stuff smaller or die if it's small enough. They can make the equipped creature huge. If they want to just throw the counters away, they can gain life and get out of damage range. You know, very, very strong card. Polluted Delta. Bloodstained Mire. Looter Scooter. 2 mana, 3/3 flying. When it attacks or blocks, draw a card, discard a card. Very good way to get out of having too many lands or too few. It only costs 2 to play. It only costs 1 to accrue. So there's almost no reason why you can't pilot the Looter Scooter and get rid of whatever card you do not need. Shadow Spear. Equipped creature has +1/+1, trample, lifelink, and you can get rid of hexproof and indestructible till end of turn. Way better to play in paper than it is on Arena. Just let me put that out there. The fact that this thing holds fucking priority forever sucks. It sucks. In paper, it only matters when it matters. And it says trample and lifelink, so that means The trample is good for the more aggressive decks, and the lifelink is good for the more control-y decks, just to help stabilize. The fact that this does, it slices, it dices, it open cans, it open your beer. It's a good card. Another Talisman, Talisman of Resistance. Golos, Tireless Pilgrim. This is within the colorless segment because I see this as a 5 mana, 3/5 that fetches you a land. That's what it's here for. But this kind of goes into the same thing as the Omnath bucket, which is I want to see a player once a month. If I was playing this every week, I want to see a player once a month spin the Golos wheel and win. I don't want players to do it all the time because that means that I've failed as a designer. But if I'm playing weekly and once a month in that playing weekly, somebody can pop off the Golos and it wins, they leave happy, I leave happy. Even their opponent is going to be happy. They're like, holy shit, it happened. Watery Grave. Sulphur Falls, again, just what I had on hand. Tezzeret, Cruel Captain. Picked this up when the set came out because I knew that my cube was already pretty artifact heavy. The fact that you can alt this on the turn that you play it, if you play your cards right, is nutty. You could, like, play Tezzeret on 3, so on curve. Play a couple of the mana rocks that you've been holding on to, the 0 mana ones. And then Emblem. Even if you kill it right away, that Emblem will turn the game around. Because it will constantly be churning. And making bigger and bigger and bigger threats. So, it's very good. Also, it has that -3, where it can search for small things. Doesn't put them on the battlefield like other cards that we've looked at do, but even still, it'll get you those little things, which will then also pump its own loyalty. I haven't played it yet, but I can only imagine how great it is. Urza's Saga. One of the most busted cards they ever made that went through a rule change that didn't nerf it. Could you believe it? The recent rule change has actually helped it. Doesn't matter. I don't run Blood Moon. Either way, makes a mana. Makes a dude. Makes a dude and gets a card. Like, what kind of a card is this Saga? So good. I want to get the, I don't remember what it's called, like a Champions version. It came out not too long ago, and there's a very limited supply because it was from an event. And I know that people went nutty over it. But they are pricey. For the love of Christ. You can tell I'm getting a little sloppy and a little tired. Yeah, the textless promo. $340 at time of recording. But it looks so good. So good. Anyway, we're almost done here. Talisman of Curiosity. Lotus Petal. Now, this was another one of those surprises. I had an old school Lotus Petal in here. One of the ones... actually, it wasn't even old school. It was the list reprint version. So it had the little Planeswalker stamp at the bottom. And I had that in here, and it was fine. It does the job. It's a Lotus Petal. What do you want it to do? And when I was opening Mystery Booster to sell in my store, I open this. I go to the computer, I look it up. At the time, not now, but at the time, Lotus Petal was being sold for like $300. That was what you'd find on eBay and TCG Player. $300 and up. Well, I couldn't just give up $300 of my money, right? So I listed this on the site. And then as more Mystery Booster 2 got opened and opened and opened, the price went down and down and down and down. Now this version is worth like $120, and I think the original version is worth not much more. I keep looking away, so I'm sorry for that, but okay, so the version I had goes for $30 online right now. This version goes for $80. Well, hold on. How much is the foil? Because this is foil. $90. Like, if you want this right now, like, as you're listening to me, is the time to buy it. Literally a $10 markup when these are so hard to get. Are you kidding me? Do you know how hard it is to... Oh, I'm looking at from the vaults. Whoops. Whoops. That's what the numbers are being weird from. So, Future Sight. Okay, so the regular one is worth less than the version that I sold. But the foil is $125, $130. So, again, it's not much of a markup if you want the fancy version. And I don't love the Future Sight frame, but I think it works for this Lotus Petal. So, that's where we're at. It got to the point where I was like, I'd rather keep the fancy version and sell the less fancy version than to keep the less fancy version while watching the fancier one go down and down and down. So now my cube has a very nice looking Lotus Petal. Also, it doesn't even come across on the camera, but these colors are phenomenal. There we go. Getting a little bit of it, but not quite as good as they are in real life. Wooded Foothills. Thespian Stage. This was a normal Thespian Stage until I opened a bunch of EOE. And now I have a space Thespian Stage. Truth be told, if I could get my whole cube done in a space theme, I would do it like that. I am not going to be adding Star Trek to my cube. Let me put that here. It's Universes Beyond. I love Star Trek. I grew up a Trekkie. I had Star Trek on the TV before I could talk. I will not be adding Star Trek to this cube because it's not the theme that I want to go for. But, if I had the money to afford an artist, I would have the entire cube list done in a space theme. You know, some as like modern sci-fi, maybe some as like the what is that called? The pulp novel sci-fi, some as whatever. Like, just different flavors of science fiction from across the globe. Maybe even a couple cards that would be Star Trek coded, like Next Gen or Deep Space Nine. But for the most part, I love space. So the fact that I got this Thespian Stage in space means I'm a very happy man. Wasteland, here we go. Destroy target non-basic. I would add a second Wasteland into this cube before I would add the Strip Mine. I understand how funny it is to strip block, and I've actually done it on Arena. But I don't want that to be something my players have to be afraid of. I want you to go against somebody who's playing, let's say, double Wasteland and Ren and 6, and killing all your non-basics, really setting you off tempo. But at the end of the day, you get a couple of basics, and you can make it work. Hollow Fountain. And Tarn. Dowsing Dagger. This card is incredible. And believe it or not, it was an EDH podcast that put me onto it. The MTG Goldfish guys, their boss, Richard, who's on the podcast all the time, usually has scorching hot takes. And one of his that he's been banging the drum on for years is Dowsing Dagger is an incredible card. What does it flip into? It flips into a Lotus. It costs you 2 mana to play, 2 mana to equip, and then that equipped creature has to deal combat damage to a player to get it. But once you do, you have a Lotus. You literally have just a land that taps for 3 mana. Okay? So, you put this on an evasive creature and you hope to get in. But it's a lot. You 2 to play, 2 to equip, and then you have to hope to get in. That's a lot to ask. But I was wrong, and he was right. This card is incredibly good. You put this on anything, something with menace, something with flying, something with trample, and it gets in, and then you just have 3 mana every turn for the rest of the game. Clifftop Retreat. Unlicensed Hearse. Got this when OTJ originally launched. I hate this frame. This is not a choice, but I didn't want to buy the Hearse at the time, which cost a lot more, and I had just happened to open one of these. This is now not even meant to be in the cube. This is basically a placeholder for Ghost Vacuum, which is a better card. Like, Unlicensed Hearse is cool because it keeps the graveyard clean and gives it... Unlicensed Hearse is cool because it keeps the graveyard clean, and then it gives the player with that the ability to have a threat in the late game, as long as you have something to crew it with. Ghost Vacuum is that, but you don't need the creature on board. Karn, TCG. Karn, the Great Creator. Stained Glass. I got this from a lair at some point. Turns off artifacts, which is kind of important in an artifact cube, so it's a little bit stacksy, but just a taste. And then you can search for an artifact card from outside the game. So if you have a deck with a bunch of those super expensive artifacts, or artifacts that have very pointed abilities, like maybe the Unlicensed Hearse, and you just leave them in your sideboard, game 1, you can still get them with Karn. Plus, it animates things. And while the trick to turn their lands into artifacts and then animate them is not available in my cube, there are a lot of 0-mana artifacts. Just saying. Phyrexian Revoker. Great tech against walkers. Not just planeswalkers. Throw a Revoker against the One Ring and watch the player cry. Love this card. Relic of Legends. One more of those payoff cards for having so many legendaries in your deck. Or in your cube. This taps to just add 1 mana at 3 mana. What the hell am I doing with a 3 mana rock? Well, every single legendary you have in play taps for mana. So, that is what I'm looking at with Rona. You add in the Rona over the Malcolm. You have Relic of Legends, and then you just need some kind of a thing to keep it going, right? You tap the Rona to Relic of Legends. You play a legend and untaps the Rona because she has the untapped text. You tap it to add more mana, what have you. You just need some kind of a payoff. And until I find that payoff, Malcolm's going to stay in the cube. But as soon as I have like something more consistent in my mind, the two of them are going to go a long way. Relic of Sauron is, again, another named piece of property, which is hard for me to rectify. But I saw how well it does in other environments, and I just have to try it. I haven't tried it yet. And then I think this is the last one. This is the last of the just over 4-hour cube review. And this is Cityscape Leveler. Great target to cheat. It's an 8-mana 8/8 with trample that turns their important stuff into mana rocks that they might not even be able to use. Very good card. It's super great for as you go to the late game, but where is it better is if you cheat it. You trash for treasure this, you tinker this, you reanimate this, and all of a sudden your opponent is crying. And someday, you could even... This is what happens late at night when you're an old man. Just warn you guys. Someday, you could even sneak attack this into play, because that's going to be one of my 2 buys. So you play this from a sneak attack for 1 red mana, and you get to destroy one of their things, and then you turn it sideways for 1 red mana, and you destroy one of their things, and then it goes to the yard, and then you reanimate it for 1 black mana. You can destroy one of their things. Like, this card is crazy good. Crazy good. Okay, so with all of that said, thank you so much for whoever is watching this, even through my mute period. I can't really fix the audio for people watching live, or people who are watching the recording of the live. But when I do upload this as a separate video of, hey, who wants to hear me talk for 4 hours, I will have something replaced by then. As you can hear, my voice is going now. I am 3 hours past dinner time. I'm going to head out. I love you all for whoever stuck around, and I'll see you soon. Take care. Holy shit. It's my longest stream to date. Why am I still alive? Huh?